Welcome to Agatha. Welcome to Agatha. Welcome to Agatha. Expect death and surprises.
Welcome to my first audiobook. This is an interactive choose your own adventure mystery. During the fork in the road sections, use the links in the description or comments to continue your chosen path. If you enjoy it, please like, share, and leave feedback in the comments to help improve future audiobooks.
Welcome to Agatha. Welcome to Agatha. Welcome to Agatha. Expect death and surprises.
Chapter 1. The Game Board. The rhythmic, industrial thud-thud-thud of the helicopter blades doesn't just fill the cabin. It vibrates straight through the thin soles of my boots and settles into my bones. It feels like an artificial pulse, a heavy mechanical heartbeat attempting to substitute for the hollow, echoing silence inside my chest. I press my forehead against the cold, scratched plexiglass window. Below, the Atlantic Ocean is a vast, churning sheet of slate gray, its surface marred by white caps that look like jagged teeth. Emerging from the spray like a calcified spine is Dolphin Island, a forgotten crescent of rock and dead wood rising defiantly from the surf. My name is Emerson K.L.H. Thorne. I am the one telling this story, exactly as it unfolds in the suffocating present, because I have learned the hard way that if you don't leave a record, the truth gets buried. It drowns out here, swallowed by the tides, just like everything else the world chooses to forget. Before my entire world imploded, I lived a life built on meticulous, clinical observation. As a professor of history, anthropology, and archaeology, my entire career has been dedicated to deciphering the silent remnants of human behavior, reading the subtle scripts of the living just as clearly as the buried artifacts of the dead. I have spent decades training my eyes to catch the quietest tells, the minute shifts in posture, the defensive shielding of a hand, the fleeting calculation behind a nervous blink. Most of the time, I know exactly what a person is thinking, feeling, or hiding long before they ever find the words to articulate it. It is an analytical curse, a hypervigilance that allows me to read a room like a text, cataloging the hidden mechanics of human nature in real time. I slide my hand into the deep pocket of my heavy canvas jacket. My knuckles brush against the stiff, unyielding corners of the folded note that has dictated my every waking breath for the last 96 hours. I don't need to pull it out. I don't need to see the ink. The words have been burned into the back of my eyelids, a brand of white-hot torment. If you want to find out what happened to Alex, go to Dolphin Island in 4 days. Be there by 9 a.m. Find the murderous wolf. Red herring. Alex. Just breathing her name in the quiet spaces of my mind feels like ripping open an unhealed wound. 6 months ago, my wife vanished without a trace. She left behind our entire life, an empty apartment, a ceramic mug with a cold skin of coffee still sitting on the kitchen counter, and her blood drying on the hardwood floor. She also left behind a police department whose bureaucratic apathy ran out after precisely 2 months. The world, in its cruel, relentless momentum, moved on, but I didn't. I couldn't. Alex was my compass, my anchor against the tide. The only soul who ever truly looked past my guarded, hyper-analytical exterior and saw the fragile humanity underneath. When the investigators shook their heads, closed the file, and presumed her dead, a vital part of me, the part that believed in order, in goodness, in justice, hardened into stone. Then came the note from Red Herring. The note from Red Herring arrived 4 months after Alex vanished and is presumed dead. I know almost nothing about the entity behind that moniker, but my obsessive, sleepless investigation into her disappearance yielded a single, terrifying hypothesis. There is someone out there acting as a proxy serial killer. He doesn't pull the trigger. He doesn't slip the blade between the ribs. He operates from the shadows, a puppet master weaving a meticulous web of leverage, psychological blackmail, and unseen influence to turn ordinary people into weaponized meat puppets. Whoever actually dragged Alex into the dark was just a tool, a blunt instrument called Wolf. But the note confirms it. Red Herring is the architect who drew the blueprints for her destruction. Red Herring killed Alex. Now he wants to play a game. A red herring is a distraction, a false trail meant to throw the hounds off the scent. But I am not a hound to be misled. Yet, as I stare down at the approaching island, a darker, more terrifying realization crawls up my throat. I didn't pack a bag for a vacation. I didn't come to negotiate or to hand over a file to the proper authorities. I came for revenge. The thought tastes like copper and ash. For my entire life, I have been a man guided by principles. I believed in structural justice. I believed in the profound, difficult beauty of mercy and the necessity of forgiveness. I used to think that turning to violence was a submission to weakness. But sitting in this rumbling chopper, the absolute, agonizing love I still bear for my wife is mutating into something unrecognizable. It is burning away my morality, eroding my sacred boundaries until nothing is left but a cold, predatory focus. If the answers on this island point to foul play, whoever took her from me is going to bleed. Rule of law be damned. I am willing to lose my soul if it means dragging her killer into the abyss with me. 1 minute to touchdown. The pilot barks over the crackling headset, his voice a harsh, nasal intrusion that rudely shatters my internal monologue. Winds are picking up hard from the northeast, buddy. I'm dropping you on the old pad and clearing the hell out. This storm looks nasty, and I am not getting stranded on this rock. I give a single tight nod, pulling my jacket collar up against the ambient chill leaking through the cabin seals. As the chopper banks, tilting sharply to the left, the Sweet Breeze Resort comes into full, dreadful view. It is a rotting concrete monolith, a bloated ghost of the 1980s tourism boom left to decay under the corrosive assault of the salt air. What was once undoubtedly marketed as a vibrant tropical paradise is now a skeletal ruin. The main hotel tower looms over the cliffs like a hollowed-out fortress, its original pale pink paint faded to a bruised, dusty gray. Rows of shattered black windows stare out at the sea like the vacant eyes of a corpse. Below us, the sprawling pool deck is a cracked wasteland, choked with brown, wind-whipped weeds and pools of stagnant, brackish rainwater. Royal palms, neglected for a generation, lean at unnatural, broken angles, their dead fronds rattling against one another like dry bones in the rising gale. The entire place feels heavy with accumulated misery. The helicopter skids touch down with a harsh, metal-on-concrete scrape against a rusted pad perched precariously near the edge of the sheer cliffs. I don't wait for the pilot to give the word. I unbuckle my harness, slide the heavy bay door open, and leap into the open air. The atmospheric pressure hits me like a physical blow. Freezing, damp, and smelling overwhelmingly of ocean brine, wet rot, and old concrete. I duck low beneath the invisible, lethal arc of the swirling rotors, hauling my heavy tactical pack securely over my shoulder. Behind me, the engine roars to a deafening, defensive whine as the pilot wastes no time. With a collective pitch, the chopper lifts off instantly, tilting aggressively away from the island and disappearing into the low-hanging, iron-colored clouds within seconds. The sound of the engine fades to a distant murmur, then vanishes entirely, leaving me utterly alone. The silence that replaces it is heavy, thick, and suffocating. It is broken only by the rhythmic, violent crash of the waves against the jagged rocks hundreds of feet below the cliffside. I stand at the threshold of the resort grounds, my eyes tracing the path toward the dark, yawning cavern of the main lobby entrance. The air inside the perimeter is completely stagnant, yet a primordial shiver runs down my spine. There is no welcoming committee, no signs of life, no ambient staff, just the low, mournful whistle of the wind through the hollow concrete corridors of the sweet breeze. I tighten my white-knuckled grip on the strap of my pack, square my shoulders against the damp chill, and take my first definitive step forward into the courtyard. Red Herring is waiting, and so am I. Chapter 2. The Sheep. I step past the threshold of the lobby, my eyes straining as they adjust to the gloomy, cavernous interior of the Sweet Breeze Resort. The space is vast and freezing, a tomb of dead luxury smelling heavily of black mold, water damage, and stagnant salt air. A grand double staircase sweeps up toward a collapsed ceiling where iron rebar hangs down like exposed nerves, and heavy chunks of fallen plaster litter the green and white tiled floor. I am not alone. 6 other people are scattered across the lobby, huddled like shipwreck survivors near a massive, dust-covered front desk. The absolute second my boots crunch against the plaster debris, all 6 heads snap toward me in unison. The atmosphere in the room is thick, a volatile, suffocating mix of raw panic, hypervigilance, and desperate confusion. Before anyone can breathe a word, a sudden, sharp whir click shatters the silence. High on the decaying wall, a pristine, dust-free security camera swivels smoothly on a motorized mount, its wide-angle lens locking dead onto my position. A tiny indicator light on the casing blinks a predatory bleeding red. Concurrently, a massive rusted iron security grate drops from the ceiling frame directly behind me, with a deafening, metallic slam that shakes the floorboards. The impact echoes through my teeth. I spin around, my fingers instantly gripping the cold iron bars. There is no gap, no lever, no way out. I am trapped. A harsh static hiss cuts through the air, vibrating the dust in the room. I look up as an old PA speaker, hidden deep in the shadows of the rotting rafters, crackles to life. The voice that bleeds through is heavily distorted, filtered through an electronic rasp that sets my nerves on edge. Red Herring has taken the stage, and he is ready to draw us out. "Welcome to the game board," the distorted voice echoes, bouncing hollowly off the concrete walls. "Your arrival completes the count. Welcome to Agatha. You have been brought here to play a deadly game. One among you is Wolf, the rest are the sheep. The rules are simple, but the stakes are absolute. The winner of this game will receive the ultimate prize. A wish granted. Any wish. Wealth, erased history, or absolute power. To begin, let us introduce the players and the dark desires that brought them to this island." The motorized camera swivels away from me, pivoting toward a crying woman huddled on a mildewed velvet sofa. She is dressed in tailored, expensive silk that looks completely absurd against the filth of the lobby. "Sheep number 1, Red Herring intones. Victoria Vance." Victoria Vance, a self-made tech entrepreneur who built a multi-million-dollar software empire from absolute nothing. Victoria was abducted from her Manhattan penthouse 4 days ago and flown to the island. Her wish? Total immunity from an ongoing federal fraud investigation that threatens to strip her of her empire and her freedom. Victoria buries her pale face in her manicured hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Her entire body shakes with an absolute, unraveled terror that makes me wonder if she even hears the voice. The camera pivots sharply to a man standing defensively near the edge of the sofa, his arms crossed tightly over a broad chest, his jaw clenched so hard the muscles twitch. "Sheep number 2, Marcus the Ghost Vance, no relation to Victoria. A notorious corporate thief, a high-tier fixer for the criminal underworld, and an occasional hitman. He wasn't taken. He answered my invitation and came here willingly, fleeing straight from an international safe house. His wish? A completely clean slate, a new identity, and the untraceable erasure of his international bounty. Marcus narrows his cold, calculating eyes, refusing to look at the lens. Instead, his gaze darts across the room, assessing exits, weapons, and throats, scanning the perimeter like a caged apex predator. The camera shifts toward the grand staircase, targeting a man in a tattered leather flight jacket and commercial pilot visor cap who is pacing a frantic, erratic circle over the cracked tiles. Sheep number 3, Captain Christopher Kit Sterling. A commercial pilot whose high-flying career ended in a spectacular drug-fueled scandal that cost innocent lives. His wish? The restoration of his commercial pilot's license, a completely erased medical record, and the total return of his shattered reputation. Captain Sterling curses violently under his breath, his eyes bloodshot, sunken and wide with a dangerous, chaotic energy as he violently kicks a heavy piece of drywall across the floor, watching it shatter into a cloud of white dust against the base of a structural pillar. He isn't angry about being lured into a trap. He is furious at the cosmic joke his life has become, and humiliated that his own ruined circumstances have forced his hand, cornering him into volunteering for a game this insane just to beg for his wings back. This island is his absolute last resort, a desperate roll of the dice for a man who has already hit rock bottom. Looking at the white-knuckled grip he has on his jacket, it's clear he is a completely willing participant. He has nothing left to lose. A volatile gambler who is choosing to take any risk, no matter how reckless, lethal, or self-destructive, if it means pulling his reputation out of the dirt. The camera turns to a tall, strikingly handsome man leaning casually against that very pillar. He is dressed impeccably, tracking the mechanical movement of the lens with a look that is far more amused than frightened. Sheep number 4, Roman Hawk, Red Herring announces. A world-famous Hollywood A-lister, known globally for his blockbuster action roles in the Hurt Merchant franchise. And of course, for his amazing role as Red Herring's voice grows more excited as he continues, and the pacing quickens to match his rising enthusiasm. Romeo Dracula in Musical Madness presents Tales from the Coffin Master William Shakespeare, Number 1, Romeo Dracula, and Juliet Van Helsing. Part 1. Cursed star-crossed lovers who are really having a hard time of it. Red Herring pauses, adding, an extremely long title, but part of the parody. I love the ebook and the audiobook. It's a most awesome video on YouTube if you should survive Agatha and ever get the chance to listen to it. I highly recommend listening to it. I should warn you. It does take about 15 minutes to get into it, so give it some time before you swipe away. All the sheep look up at the speaker as an awkward hush settles over the lobby. Red Herring clears his throat and continues. I digress. Back to the sheep. Like several of you, Roman wasn't taken by force. He volunteered. His wish? The ultimate, authentic thrill to break the soul-crushing monotony of fame, and a guaranteed Oscar-winning script written by a ghostwriter of his personal choosing. Roman smirks, offering a mock two-finger salute to the camera lens. A dry, nervous cough slips past his lips, a subtle crack in his movie star armor that his practiced smile quickly tries to hide. The camera glides past him, settling on a sharp-eyed woman who holds her cell phone like a reporter's notebook, her pen stylus tapping rapidly across the screen. Her piercing gaze never settles, tracking between the participants to catalog every micro-expression and fractured reaction in real time. She wears a worn leather jacket, a dark Henley or high-neck top, and durable denim or canvas work pants tucked into rugged, heavy-soled boots, built entirely for survival and moving unnoticed through a chaotic environment. Sheep number 5, Rebecca Gale Nightingale Hartgrave, a fierce freelance investigative reporter, mystery enthusiast, and self-proclaimed thrill junkie. She tracked the whispers of this island entirely on her own, hunting the ultimate scoop. Her wish? Exclusive, unrestricted publishing rights to the true story of Agatha. A story that will cement her name in journalistic history. Seriously, not now, Gale complains under her breath and then peers up from her cell phone, her pen stylus tapping the screen before she sighs in frustration. Her eyes flash with a dangerous cocktail of fear and intense excitement. So it's true, Gale says, her sharp voice cutting through the tension. No phone reception here. I won't be able to upload my notes. If I die, so does my story. The camera moves on, centering on a clean-cut man with an unnervingly perfect, bright white smile. He stands with his hands neatly tucked into the pockets of an ash-stained tweed jacket, completely relaxed. Sheep number 6, Dr. Julian Crest, a highly successful dentist from Manhattan. He volunteered for the game. His wish, the quiet, untraceable disappearance of a catastrophic malpractice lawsuit, and the permanent silence of a former patient threatening to ruin his prestigious clinic. Dr. Crest nods smoothly toward the group, his calm, clinical demeanor entirely unbothered by the locked iron grates or the promise of a deadly game. It's a mask of absolute detachment. Finally, the security camera swivels all the way back around, the mechanical lens humming as it glides to a halt, staring directly into my eyes. And lastly, sheep number 7, Emerson K.L.H. Thorne. At the sudden mention of my name, the other 6 players turn their heads to lock their stares on me. I can feel the weight of their judgment. Don't ask what my middle names stand for, I say coldly to the room, my voice flat, sharp, and empty of fear. I am not here for money. I am not here for fame, or scripts, or a clean corporate slate. Emerson is a special case. Red Herring's distorted voice continues over the intercom, a sickening thread of dark satisfaction underlying the static. An unexpected guest to Agatha. Emerson is replacing a lost sheep because his arrival was entirely presumptuous. Emerson's prize wish was never officially recorded. But I know exactly why you are here. You are here to discover who murdered Alex, your wife. You are out for revenge. The heavy words echo through the hollow lobby, hanging like a toxic fog in the frozen, damp air. Alex. Hearing her name weaponized by this electronic ghost sends a spike of raw, murderous adrenaline straight into my heart. My fingers curl into tight fists inside my pockets, my core values of justice and mercy violently buckling under the weight of my obsession. I don't want a prize. I want a face to put with the monster that orchestrated her death. The other sheep stare at me with a sudden, profound shift in the air, newfound suspicion bleeding into their eyes. To them, I am the wild card, the uncalculated 7th player whose very arrival just locked them all inside this tomb. And to me, one of these 6 people is the weaponized puppet who took my wife. Chapter 3. Game Rules. The suffocating silence following my admission stretches tight, heavy with the weight of why I am standing on these rotting tiles. Alex's name still seems to vibrate in the damp air, a direct provocation. But the intercom doesn't give the others time to process the revelation, nor does it allow me to study the subtle, microscopic shifts in their expressions to see whose eyes widen or whose shoulders lock. The PA speaker hums, cutting through the rising tension with a low, menacing mechanical click. Since all but 2 of you are entirely new to this, the host's distorted voice rasps, echoing with a grating metallic timbre off the water-stained concrete walls. It is time to establish the boundaries of your existence for the next month. Pay attention. Ignorance of the design is a rapid descent to death. Welcome to AGATHA, pronounced AGATHA. An acronym for the rules you must navigate. A game against trust, hope, and allegiance. In my head, my academic training reflexively takes over. Decades of analyzing ancient cultures, death rituals, and human cruelty provide a far more accurate translation of the acronym. Advanced game of annihilation, trials, hostility, and attrition. I am RH. The voice continues over the speaker, dry and crackling with a superficial, mocking warmth. You're a proxy serial killer, I interrupt, my voice cutting through the speaker's synthetic hum like a blade. I step forward into the center of the room, my eyes boring straight into the nearest security camera lens. You're a coward who hides behind automated systems and glass walls, pulling the strings because you don't have the stomach to do the butchering yourself. And you're the one behind my wife Alex's murder. The lobby plunges into a sudden, suffocating silence. Beside me, the other sheep instantly freeze, Gale's sharp eyes widen by a fraction, her stylus hovering motionless over her phone screen as her journalist instincts lock onto me. Dr. Crest lets out a small, terrified gasp, taking a frantic step away from me as if my accusation alone might draw immediate, lethal lightning from the speakers. Roman lets out a low, heavy whistle, his brow furrowing as his gaze shifts from me to the vaulted ceiling, his massive posture tensing as if he's waiting for the house to strike me down on the spot. He shakes his head, a dark, cynical grin breaking through his tension. "Well, damn," he mutters, shifting his weight as he adjusts his leather jacket. Way to add a heavy plot twist to the script before the first commercial break. The producers are going to love this drama for the AGATHA show. For a long, agonizing moment, the audio feed from the speaker remains entirely silent, a heavy, breathless hesitation from the machine as the voice on the other end absorbs the blow. Then, the static clicks back to life, the mocking warmth completely draining from the tone as it returns to its script. As I was saying, I am RH, your game master. I monitor everything. There are closed-circuit lenses everywhere, so do try to look your best. You are currently standing on the game board, this isolated little paradise called the Sweet Breeze Resort. Each AGATHA takes place at a different game board, but the architecture of the rules remains absolute. There is a wolf among the sheep. For this AGATHA, 1 killer and 6 targets. For the sheep, the ultimate goals of the game are simple: survive and unmask the predator. This can be done in 2 ways. The static hisses softly as Red Herring begins laying out the clinical parameters of the match, grouping the victory conditions like a twisted textbook. First, the paper trail. Physical clues are hidden across the game board that lead to a securely sealed envelope known as the Apex Ledger. The first paper trail clue is always in the start room. The Apex Ledger holds Wolf's true identity. Once that envelope is found and the name inside is spoken aloud, the game is over, and the remaining sheep win. Second, fleeced secrets. If Wolf successfully terminates a sheep, a deliberate diagnostic clue will be left on or around the body pointing toward Wolf's identity. With these clues, the surviving sheep can attempt to deduce the predator. He's turning a slaughter into an official procedural, I whisper, my hands tightening into rigid fists inside my canvas pockets to stop them from trembling. My background in anthropology screams at the sheer, calculated sociopathy of it, subverting a human instinct for survival into a macabre game of logic. Beside me, Victoria grabs my arm. Her fingers dig through my heavy canvas sleeve like talons, her knuckles turning white. "A procedural," she gasps, her gaze locked on the ceiling speaker in absolute disbelief. "He wants us to collect clues from our own corpses. The collection of those secrets leads to your primary weapon," Red Herring continues, utterly indifferent to our rising horror. "The verdictum. At any point, if the majority of the living sheep agree by a formal vote on the identity of Wolf, the verdictum is cast. You can talk freely, share your findings, and try to convince each other. But choose your target wisely. You get only one applied verdictum. If you guess correctly, you win, and you return to Neverland, the world outside of AGATHA. But if you fail to guess correctly, you trigger a blundered verdictum. The electronic distortion in the speaker seems to deepen, dropping into a darker, more resonant register that vibrates through the floorboards. A blundered verdictum means the match is officially over for the sheep. You lose all rights to the prize wish, and you instantly engage the spree. When a spree is triggered, all safety parameters drop. The killer is no longer inhibited by the standard Wolf guidelines. Wolf gets to slaughter everyone for fun, erasing all remaining witnesses. If a spree is triggered, your only hope of survival is haven. A slaughter for fun. Marcus the Ghost, Vance mutters. His posture doesn't break, but I catch the split-second widening of his stance, his weight shifting to the balls of his feet. He's already calculating sprint speeds and choke points. The maximum length of a game, Red Herring notes, is exactly 1 month. To help you navigate the geography, a slot in the front desk will now dispense your guide. A heavy mechanical chunk echoes from behind the dusty reception counter, A small concealed drawer pops open, revealing a stack of laminated maps and flashlights for everyone. Gale is the first to move, her journalistic instinct violently overriding her fear as she lunges forward to snatch up the stack of maps, quickly peeling her own off the top, before aggressively shoving the rest into my hands to deal with. She grabs one of the smaller flashlights for herself and tucks it into her back pocket. I take the remaining maps, smoothly dealing them out to the other shaken players, like a deck of cards, while my analytical focus locks onto the crisp lines of the document now resting in my palm. I also grab a flashlight. You will see 6 specific areas highlighted in green, red herring in tones as we look at the paper. Those are the free zones. You can move about them freely. They are completely clear of booby traps. However, be warned. Wolf can still kill you in a free zone. Any territory outside the green lines constitutes an uh-oh area. These are out-of-bounds zones highlighted in red that contain ingenious, lethal booby traps set by Wolf. Wolf can kill in uh-oh areas as well. I look over the map. It's a rudimentary layout, wildly out of scale, and intentionally flattened to mix distinct levels without indicating which rooms sit above or below the others. A few of the chambers are marked only with an ominous question mark. What about the other areas on the map that have no names? I ask. In this Agatha, no need to worry about them. Red Herring replies. They are clearly out of bounds. Red Herring pauses and then says, there are a few other terms that I will not define at this time, like pinned off and culling of the sheep, that I might instigate at any time in the game. As game master, I can spice things up at any time within the rules and guidelines. Agatha is a test of your skills. Expect death and surprises. My eyes track the breakdown printed across the back of the card, memorizing the layout of our prison. The game board, free zones, the lobby, the grand ballroom, the commercial kitchen, the solarium, the guest wing courtyard, the management office, the uh-oh areas, the Olympic pool, the boiler room, the sub-basement laundry, the roof deck observatory, the overlooked gazebo, the main pier. Victoria lets out a shaky, ragged breath, clutching her tailored silk arms tightly around her chest as if she's trying to keep herself from physically shattering. What about Haven? Where is it? Haven is a secure sanctuary hidden somewhere on this island, Red Herring explains smoothly. It is stocked with enough food, water, and medical supplies to comfortably sleep 7 sheep for 1 month. Wolf knows its location, but it is completely unknown to the sheep at start. It is hidden within one of the uh-oh areas, but it possesses its own sacred boundaries. Wolf can never set traps in Haven, nor can Wolf kill a sheep who has successfully crossed its threshold. But hear this carefully. Once you cross into Haven, you forfeit all rights to the prize wish. If all living sheep enter Haven before a verdictum is cast, the game ends immediately. No one wins. And if we run there after we mess up the vote, Captain Sterling spits out, his face flushed a dark, angry crimson as he slams a heavy fist against the reception desk. His bloodshot eyes dart wildly between the map and the camera. You expect us to just dodge traps and run from a psycho? After a blundered verdictum, any sheep who manages to make it to Haven before Wolf catches them is forever safe. But do not think the boundaries are entirely defenseless. To ensure a fair match, Wolf is bound by strict, automated parameters until a spree is active. The speaker emits a soft, electronic chime and a dusty digital monitor behind the front desk flashes to life, scrolling through lines of glowing white text. Wolf Guidelines. 1. Wolf can kill anyone, anywhere, but if they are caught in the act, they automatically lose. 2. They can only set booby traps in uh-oh areas. 3. They cannot kill a sheep inside Haven. 4. They cannot set traps in Haven or free zones. 5. Wolf wins when all sheep are eliminated, when all living sheep are driven into Haven, or when the sheep execute a blundered verdictum. The penalty for a wolf who breaks these rules is absolute. They forfeit their life. Dr. Crest questions, and what about our parameters, the sheep? Your guidelines consist of 3 simple rules. Red Herring's voice rasps. 1. Stay in bounds. 2. Do no wrong. 3. Never talk about Agatha outside of Agatha. If you break these rules, the penalties are delivered by either me or Wolf's ingenious booby traps Wolf, planted in the areas. I look away from the monitor, my mind cataloging the final, vital piece of the geographical puzzle. There has to be a catch to the witnessing rule, I say aloud, my voice echoing coldly in the cavernous lobby. If Wolf can kill anywhere, how do the free zones protect us? The speaker rattles with a sound that resembles a distorted, electronic chuckle. Ah, Emerson. Always looking for the structural joints. Make no mistake, you are never safe from the knife, no matter where you stand. Wolf can hunt and kill you just as freely in a free zone as anywhere else. The difference is the consequence of a witness. If Wolf is reckless enough to commit a murder in a free zone and gets spotted by another sheep, Wolf automatically loses, violating Guideline 1 on the spot. However, if Wolf is spotted committing a murder within an area, the laws of the wild apply. The witness is not protected by the system. The witnessing sheep must successfully evade the killer, survive the local booby traps, sprint all the way back across the boundary into a free zone, and declare safe, allowed to trigger the forfeit by Wolf. A game of hide, seek, and sprint. Red Herring pauses and then states, "Start begins the carnage, and the game will continue until huntover is declared verbally or mechanically." The PA speaker goes completely dead with a final echoing pop, leaving us drowning in a freezing, suffocating silence. 7 strangers slowly turn to look at each other, their eyes darting back and forth across the gloomy lobby, trying to figure out which one of us is the hidden monster. They are terrified, but Victoria stands out. There is a fragile, almost childlike innocence in the way she clutches her arms, completely unequipped for the horror of this room. In a ruthless game like this, staying safe means shedding any shred of naivety immediately. A childlike trust or hesitation will get you slaughtered first. Marcus is already adjusting his stance, entirely cold and isolated, clearly calculating his moves, without a single glance toward her. He knows it too. In this matrix, innocence is a liability, and nobody is coming to save her. I don't care about her fragility either. I only care about staying alive long enough to hunt. But beneath my cold, analytical translations, a sharp spike of pure adrenaline hits my chest. A rapid descent to death. An orchestrated slaughterhouse. A heavy, suffocating knot forms in my stomach as the clinical horror of the trap settles in. My mind rages against the sudden, violent loss of control. I didn't come to this god-forsaken island to play a twisted puzzle or to match wits with some anonymous hidden predator. I came here for Red Herring, and I came because I know Red Herring is the monster behind Alex's death. My entire plan was to corner the man who I now know is the game master in this abandoned resort, look him in the eye, and force him to bleed for what he took from me. I never anticipated an execution matrix. I never anticipated that I would have to face Wolf. Now, a fierce, protective panic claws at my throat, not because I fear this hidden killer, but because Wolf is a lethal distraction, a wild card. If I am murdered by a secondary predator or blown to pieces by a trap before I can unmask Red Herring, my true vengeance dies with me. I refuse to let some proxy thief steal my shot at the architect. I have to survive this monster's game, not to save myself, but to clear the board until Red Herring is the only one left standing. I came here not knowing what I was getting into, looking at the locked iron grates and the digital laws flashing on the screen. A heavy, freezing dread settles into my bones. I have to play by Red Herring's rules. I have to survive his matrix. I have to stay alive long enough to become the monster who ends it. Chapter 4. Start. The digital monitor behind the reception counter blinks, the glowing lines of text dissolving into a single, flashing, vibrant green word that seems to pulse with a sick, hyperactive rhythm. Start. Before anyone can take a single step, a low hiss cuts through the heavy silence, sputtering from the tarnished brass ventilation grates lining the ceiling. A pale, sweet-smelling fog begins to pour into the room, rolling down the concrete walls and rapidly blanketing the lobby floor. Actually, hold that thought. Red Herring's voice crackles over the loudspeaker, sounding mildly annoyed, as if his timeline has been completely disrupted. I need to make a correction to the start of this game, as my attention is needed elsewhere. So nighty-night, sheep and wolf. Let's fast forward to the main event. My vision blurs instantly, the edges of the room spinning into a greasy haze. Beside me, Gale stumbles, her knees buckling, as her fingers rake a desperate line across the dusty edge of the reception desk. I reach out to catch her, but my limbs suddenly feel like lead, entirely unresponsive to my brain. The vibrant green glow of the monitor twists into a chaotic streak of light before everything plunges into pitch black. Consciousness returns in a painful, disorienting wave. I bolt upright, my chest heaving as I inhale the stale, cool air of the lobby, coughing against the sudden chill. The sweet gas is entirely gone, replaced by a heavy, damp cold that clings to the concrete walls. I check my watch. The glowing dial reads just after 6 p.m. Looking toward the grand glass entrance doors, the bright morning sun from our arrival has completely vanished, replaced by a dense, suffocating evening fog and the rapidly encroaching darkness of night. 9 hours have simply vanished from our lives. Roman is already awake nearby, smoothly brushing the dust off his jacket and checking his reflection in a dark window pane, seemingly more concerned with his lighting than the situation. Around us, the rest of the sheep begin to stir, groaning as they rouse one by one from the floor. But before anyone can find their voice to question the missing hours, a deafening mechanical clatter booms from deep within the walls. The metallic click of the iron grates sliding open echoes through the cavernous lobby, a harsh, ringing sound that signals the boundary lines are officially live. No one moves. The air is heavy with an instant, agonizing deadlock. "Why are you rubbing your throat?" Roman questions Marcus, his voice trembling slightly as he breaks the silence. Marcus stands near a shadow, his expression unreadable. "Throat sore," he replies, his voice a flat, dead rasp. "Gas, I think." Roman reaches into his pocket, trying to force a bit of his usual composure. "I got something for that." "No thanks," Marcus says coldly. "I'm going to Haven," Victoria says, her voice cracking under a wave of sudden panic as she takes a sharp step away from the center of the room. She looks around frantically, her manicured fingers digging deep into the fabric of her coat. "I don't care about the prize. I don't care about any of this. I'm finding the safe zone, but I can't go alone. Someone has to come with me, please." Roman steps forward immediately, offering a smooth, practiced smile that belongs on a daytime soap opera, not in this damp concrete tomb. An elegant lady shouldn't have to wander through the dark by herself. "I'll accompany you, Victoria. Let's find this VIP lounge." He turns slightly toward a closed-circuit camera lens on the wall, adjusting his collar with a theatrical wink. He honestly thinks this is a reality television show. He thinks the distorted voice, the locked grates, and the threat of murder are just high-production horror aesthetics designed to spike network ratings. He has no idea he's offering to act as a meat shield for a real killer. "Wait, nobody move," Gale snaps, stepping directly into Roman's path, her cell phone pressed tightly against her chest like armor. "Separating is exactly what a killer wants us to do. If we stick together, Wolf can't isolate anyone. We stay as a pack." "For once, I agree with the press," Dr. Crest says softly. He stands with his hands smoothly clasped behind his back, his calm, clinical demeanor entirely detached from the raw panic in the room. "Statistically and logically, numbers provide security. We should remain a cohesive unit until we understand the layout. Remaining stagnant makes us sitting ducks," Captain Sterling rumbles, his deep voice cutting through the debate. He's looking over the laminated map Gale took from the desk, his eyes scanning the lines with a pilot's precise, navigating focus. We need to secure our immediate surroundings. The map shows this lobby is a designated free zone. There are 5 others highlighted in green: the Grand Ballroom, the Commercial Kitchen, the Solarium, the Guest Wing Courtyard, and the Management Office. I step closer and look over his shoulder, my eyes tracing the stark red lines that border those green sanctuaries on the paper. "And the rest?" I ask, my voice sounding hollow and scraping against my dry throat. Areas," Captain Sterling says, pointing his thick finger at the red-coated territories surrounding us. "The Olympic pool, the boiler room, the sub-basement laundry, the roof deck observatory, the overlooked gazebo, and the main pier." Panic flares fresh and hot in my chest, a suffocating weight that makes it hard to draw a full, steady breath. I don't know what to do. My mind is a chaotic blur of survival instincts and fractured logic. I came out here to this island fueled by a burning, desperate need for revenge, to hunt down the shadow named Red Herring who stole Alex. But looking at the cold reality of this execution matrix, the vengeful anger temporarily evaporates, leaving only a terrifying, naked vulnerability. I don't want to die here. For a fleeting second, I think about abandoning the hunt entirely. I think about joining Victoria and Roman, running blindly for haven, and locking myself away from the horror, even if it means losing the answers I came for. "Where the hell is Marcus?" Gale's sharp, demanding question shatters my internal spiral. We all look around. The silence returns, heavier this time. Marcus the Ghost Vance is completely gone. While we were arguing over rules and boundaries, he slipped away into the shadows without a sound, entirely invisible. My chest tightens as I stare at the empty corner where he was standing just moments ago. He didn't ask for a partner. He just vanished into the unlit corridors of the resort the exact second the clock hit start. Did he run out of fear, or did he slip away to hunt? Would Wolf be so obvious? The first paper trail clue is always in the start room, so we need to start looking for clues right here in the lobby, Captain Sterling insists, his voice bringing my focus snapping back to the center of the room. We scan the perimeter first. The echoing click of Captain Sterling's heavy boots against the concrete acts like a physical snap, breaking the paralyzing spell that Marcus's sudden disappearance left behind. No one moves toward the dark corridors yet. The realization that one of our own has already breached the boundary line without a word hangs over us like a toxic mist, heavier even than the chemical fog that stole our afternoon. "Did he even look at the map?" Gale whispers. The soft tapping of her stylus against her phone screen suddenly stops, the plastic tip hovering a fraction of an inch above the glass. She doesn't look up from the display, her grip on the pen stiff from the lingering chill of the knockout gas. "The tactical error of a panicked mind," Dr. Crest observes smoothly, his voice entirely devoid of the tremors affecting the rest of the room. He walks with measured, unhurried steps toward a structural pillar, tapping his manicured index finger against the cold stone, while his eyes trace the layout on Sterling's map, or perhaps the calculated opening gambit of a predator who requires the cover of darkness to establish his theater. If Marcus is our wolf, he has just successfully isolated himself from our collective scrutiny to set his first traps. "Shut up, Crest," Captain Sterling barks, his face flushing a deeper, angrier shade of crimson under the dim emergency lights. "We don't know a damn thing yet. Speculation is how people start shooting at shadows. We stick to the protocol. We establish what is known." "What is known?" Roman cuts in, a sharp, dramatic theatricality returning to his voice as he squares his shoulders for the nearest lens. "Is that production just stole 9 hours of our day to build up tension for the premiere episode. Look at Victoria's wrists, Captain. Look at your own. We were handled by some underpaid crew members while we were out, dragged, rolled into position, and reset like props on a stage. Who knows what kind of cheap parlor tricks they're setting up for the cameras right now." A collective, cold dread settles into the room at Roman's words. I instinctively pull my hands out of my canvas pockets and look down at them. My knuckles are smudged with gray hotel dust, but there are no binds, no needle marks. I look over at Victoria. She is staring down at her hands, her breath hitching in a series of tiny, ragged stabs that sound dangerously close to hyperventilation. RH didn't touch our belongings, Gale says, her investigative instincts violently overriding her fear as she dumps the contents of her pockets onto the dusty reception counter. A portable power bank, 2 replacement stylus tips, and a silver lighter roll across the wood. If RH wanted to disarm us, they would have taken my lighter. Red herring changed the clock, I say aloud, my voice sounding thick and foreign in my ears. I finally step away from the center of the room, my boots making a dull thud against the damp floorboards as I approach the digital monitor. The word start continues to pulse in its toxic emerald hue, casting a rhythmic green glare across my face. He took the daylight away from us. Think about it. He gave us the guidelines while the sun was up to make the architecture feel manageable. Then he put us under and woke us up at dusk. He wanted the areas to be completely pitch black before we had a chance to scout them. A classic psychological dampener, Dr. Crest agrees, peering over my shoulder at the monitor. Human beings are inherently photophilic, deprive an endangered subject of light, and you increase their baseline anxiety by over 200%. It forces hasty, irrational movements. Movements like running blindly toward a hypothetical sanctuary. He casts a meaningful, chilling look toward Roman and Victoria. They are still standing near the threshold of the lobby, ready to bolt from start as if the starting pistol has already gone off. I don't care about your percentages, Dr. Crest, Victoria cries out, her voice echoing shrilly against the high, water-stained ceiling of the lobby. We are staying in the free zones. Roman said he would walk with me. If we stay in the free zones, we aren't breaking the rules. We aren't triggering anything. Don't go outside, Victoria, Captain Sterling warns, stepping between them and the exit leading to the main pier, his massive frame blocking the doorway to the darkness outside like a bulkhead. A sniper could easily take you two out. Then what do you want us to do? Roman demands, stepping up beside Victoria and offering her a protective arm. Ensuring his best angle faces the corner camera lens. Sit here under these flashing lights until the premiere window runs out. We have no food here, no water. The broadcast clearly stated Haven has provisions for 7 people for 30 days. Escorting a lady to safety is just smart gameplay, Captain. Every hour we waste bickering in this lobby is an hour of screen time we're burning through, and I intend to walk away with my prize wish. We need to start looking for clues right here in the lobby, Captain Sterling insists, his voice bringing my focus snapping back to the center of the room. We scan the perimeter first. I stand frozen, my eyes darting toward the dark exit where Victoria and Roman are preparing to leave, and then back to the locked doors of the lobby. The game is on, the monster is moving, and I am entirely out of my depth. Chapter 5. First Decision. The beam of Captain Sterling's heavy flashlight cuts through the thick layers of dust coating the reception desk, slicing the heavy gloom of the lobby into stark, clinical fragments. He doesn't just look. He moves like an investigator tracking a flight path, his posture rigid, his jaw set as if he is navigating a storm in a failing cockpit. His thick fingers run slowly along the splintered edges of the ancient wooden counter, sweeping aside decades of neglect until they abruptly stop near a tarnished bronze bell. Look here, Captain Sterling rumbles, angling his light downward, the harsh white glare bouncing off the metal and highlighting the thick grime beneath it. Etched directly into the dirt of the counter, right beside the bell, is a single, handwritten sentence. The water holds the reflection of your first step, but the deep end holds the truth. The Olympic pool, Captain Sterling says, his head snapping instantly toward the laminated map gripped tightly in his other hand, his thumb resting heavily over a patch of warning color. It has to be. He points. This path leads to the pool. We should go there now. Absolutely not, Gale says immediately, her voice rising to a sharp, defiant edge that echoes off the high, water-stained ceiling. She takes a violent step back, shaking her head fiercely. Her knuckles are white where she grips her mobile phone, the plastic tip of her stylus pointing toward the dark hallway like a defensive weapon. Are you insane? RH just told us the areas are loaded with booby traps. Wolf probably wrote that riddle themselves to lure us right into a meat grinder. I am not leaving this free zone, but it could be a clue to the verdictum, Dr. Crest counters smoothly, his tone entirely devoid of the raw panic vibrating through the rest of the room. He steps closer to the desk, his unhurried movements matching his chillingly detached demeanor. He bends slightly to study the scratched words, his manicured index finger hovering just above the carved text without touching it. If we remain paralyzed in the lobby out of fear, we are simply waiting for the clock to run out. A calculated risk in an area is structurally necessary if we intend to play to win. I agree with the doctor, Captain Sterling says, his voice flat and authoritative. He clicks his heavy flashlight off and then instantly back on again, a rhythmic, impatient gesture that betrays the tension tight in his broad shoulders. We go as a group, we keep our eyes open for traps, and we secure the clue. Who's with us? Alex's face flashes through my mind, a sudden, agonizing burst of memory that makes my throat tighten, but it's instantly crowded out by the terrifying weight of my racing pulse. The room is splitting apart right in front of me, the fragile alliance we formed upon waking shattering into distinct factions. To my left, Victoria and Roman are already moving. Roman has his arm draped around her shoulders in a performative, comforting gesture, his head tilted slightly as if whispering cue lines to an actress between takes. I catch a fragment of his low, urgent voice muttering something about producers wanting a dramatic exit, as they walk out the north exit of the lobby, heading toward a direction Victoria is desperately hoping Haven lies. They are choosing survival over answers. Or is Roman and/or Victoria after something else entirely, playing a completely different angle under the cover of his delusion? My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, suffocating beat that leaves me lightheaded. I am completely out of my depth, standing at a literal fork in the road on the game board with the remaining terrified sheep. I want revenge for Alex. I came to this godforsaken resort to hunt down the monster who stole my life away. But looking down into the pitch-black corridors of this rotting building, the sheer terror of dying here is paralyzing. The shadows seem to stretch toward me, waiting for a mistake. I have to make a choice right now. Fork in the road number 1. Choose your path carefully and click a link below. Option A, the Olympic pool. Follow Captain Christopher and Dr. Crest into the area to investigate the Olympic pool. Option B, follow Roman and Victoria. Catch up with Roman and Victoria and help them in their search for Haven. Option C, stay in the lobby. Refuse to go to the pool with the others. Stay behind with Gale.
Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out.
Chapter: The Olympic Pool. I, Captain Sterling, and Dr. Crest head out the south exit of the lobby and follow the path that leads to the Olympic pool. The security gate groans in protest, a piercing, high-pitched screech of rusted hinges that slices through the suffocating silence of the resort. As Captain Sterling forces it open with the flat of his hand, we step into the indoor pool building. My flashlight beam lances forward, sweeping across a cavernous tiled chamber where the air strikes my face like a physical blow. Heavy, damp, and saturated with wet concrete, chemical mildew, and something deeper, more stagnant. Like rot trapped in stone, the space stretches impossibly wide. The ceiling vanishes into a tangle of black, dripping iron pipes. But the undisputed centerpiece is the pool itself. No longer a pool at all, but a sunken concrete canyon gouged brutally into the floor, its edges jagged, unnatural, almost wounded. We approach the edge with excruciating caution, our boots making small, gritty scraping sounds against the cracked, salt-crusted tiles of the deck. Captain Sterling's heavy beam shines downward, tracking the steep, stained slope of the basin. The pool isn't full. There are only about 2 feet of liquid sitting at the bottom, perfectly level, perfectly still, and dark as a mirror. "Look there, in the center," Captain Sterling says, his commanding voice dropping to a low, cautious rumble as he tilts his light, focusing the beam on the deepest point near the drain. Through the murky, unnatural sheen of the liquid, a massive, blocky shape casts a long, distorted shadow against the tiles. It looks like a heavy iron chest, completely wrapped in thick, rusted chains that are bolted directly into the concrete floor. "That has to be it," Dr. Crest murmurs from behind us, his clinical detachment finally wavering with a rare, sharp hint of anticipation. He steps closer to the lip of the pool, his eyes narrowing as he studies the chains. RH didn't just leave a riddle on the counter. He anchored the path forward in the worst possible territory. "It looks heavy," Captain Sterling says, casting a grim glance over his shoulder at me. "Too heavy for one man to haul up an iron pool ladder. Emerson, you're with me. We get down there, find a leverage point, hoist it together, and bring it back up to the safety of the free zone." My chest instantly tightens, a suffocating band of panic compressing my ribs. The red border lines marking this place on the map as an uh-oh area seem to bleed right off the paper, filling the dark corners of the room with a tangible, malevolent weight. Every survival instinct I have whispers at me to stay back, to keep my feet firmly planted on the safe, dry tile beside Dr. Crest. But Captain Sterling is already throwing his leg over the iron handrail, his heavy boots descending the metal rungs into the shallow pool below. "Come on," Captain Sterling calls up, his deep voice echoing and multiplying off the vaulted concrete ceiling. The faster we move, the safer we are. "Let's get the asset and clear out." I swallow the dry, metallic lump of terror rising in my throat. I came out here to this isolated nightmare for answers about Alex. If that iron chest leads me to the truth, I can't let my cowardice paralyze me now. I grip the freezing, slick metal rungs of the ladder, my knuckles aching as I force my weight down into the abyss. My boots hit the bottom with a wet, heavy, echoing splash. The liquid rises up to my shins, a dark wave that ripples outward, surprisingly thin and slick against the rubber soles of my shoes. I sniff the air automatically, bracing my lungs for the sharp, chemical burn of old bleach or vintage chlorine. But there is no strong scent, just a faint, sweet, unidentifiable chemical trail that lingers on the roof of my mouth. A scent I can't quite place, but that makes the hairs on my arms stand up. "All right, let's get a grip on these chains," Captain Sterling says, already wading through the center of the pool toward the shadow of the chest, his eyes fixed on the target. I take 3 agonizing steps forward, my legs pushing through the heavy resistance of the fluid. The liquid feels strangely, inexplicably warm against the fabric of my pants, an unnatural temperature that sends a fresh jolt of alarm straight down my spine. The sound is tiny, a miniature metallic snap, but it rings through the cavernous pool room with the deafening clarity of a gunshot. It came from right beneath Captain Sterling's boot, a sunken pressure plate hidden perfectly under the dark, deceptive surface of the pool floor. High above us on the concrete deck, mounted to the rusted structural pillars, a hidden motorized spark igniter, the kind used for commercial blast furnaces, shrieks to life with a high-frequency whine, throwing a violent, blue-white arc of high-voltage electricity down a copper grounding wire directly into the pool drain. In a fraction of a second, the sweet, scentless liquid around my legs transforms. It isn't water. The realization hits me a second too late, the puzzle pieces clicking together in a terrifying flash of clarity. Methanol. The thin viscosity, the dangerously subtle, sweet vapor, the lack of a heavy fuel stench. This isn't leftover pool water. It's a massive, volatile trap. Methanol is the ultimate ghost weapon. It burns with a pale, nearly invisible blue flame that can consume an entire room before you even see the air shimmer. By the time you realize you are standing in a ghost fire, you are already breathing in the heat. A wall of brilliant, blinding orange fire erupts directly out of the pool floor, roaring toward the ceiling with the deafening, bone-shaking force of a jet engine. The highly volatile, flammable fluid turns the entire concrete basin into a massive, closed-circuit furnace in a single, terrifying heartbeat. The blistering heat hits me before the physical pain even registers, melting the synthetic fibers of my jacket directly onto my skin. I try to scream, to warn the others, but the rapidly expanding fireball instantly vacuums every ounce of oxygen out of my lungs, replacing it with a white-hot vapor that torches my throat from the inside out. I trip over my boots, falling backward into the blazing, roaring sea. The last thing I see through the blistering, melting skin of my eyelids is the concrete vault of the pool room itself, a roaring cage of fire completely swallowing my vision. My hunt for answers ends here, swallowed by the fire in the deep end.
Adieu, savory sheep, a hidden step beneath the sheen, where waters mask a trap unseen. No cooling wave to greet the stride, but liquid fuel that flows inside. A sudden spark, a blinding flash turns flesh and bone to smoke and ash by R.H. Mutton for the wolf! Mutton for the wolf!
Return to fork in the road number 1 and try again.
Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road.
Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road.
Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road.
Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road.
Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road.
Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road.
Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road. Return to fork in the road.
Chapter: Follow Roman and Victoria. I turn my back on Captain Sterling, Dr. Crest, and the discovery that might lie in the Olympic pool. The frantic, suffocating ticking of my pulse drowns out Gale's arguments as I bolt out the north exit of the lobby, my feet moving before my brain can even process the cowardice of the choice. The sweet promise of haven, of simple, uncomplicated survival, is a magnetic pull I can't resist. I aimlessly run across path after path. I don't care about the clues anymore. I don't care about the mystery. I just want to live through the night. Victoria, Roman, I call out, my voice cracking, the sound bouncing off the paths and returning to me like a mockery. I end up at the entrance of the boiler room and pause as the heavy door swings shut ahead of me, clicking into place as if someone has just slipped inside right before I arrive. I thought I heard Roman and Victoria, their voices echoing just around the bend, but they are nowhere in sight. Maybe they went in, or maybe my mind is finally starting to fracture. A lingering side effect of the toxic gas red herring pumped into us earlier. It has to be the gas. It's making me chase ghosts, blurring the line between reality and hallucination. I stare at the closed door, looking around the warped lines of the path, trying to force my eyes to focus. I pull the handle and step inside, expecting a standard transition corridor to lead me toward the machinery, but instead, I am jarringly thrust into the thick of it. The sudden shift makes my stomach drop. Shouldn't the boiler room be deep in the basement? The entire game board is profoundly disorienting, its layout so warped and impossible it feels like it exists in another dimension entirely separate from my reality. The corridor ahead is pitch black, a suffocating vacuum illuminated only by the erratic, panic bounce of my flashlight beam. Up ahead, the structural neatness of the resort and its paths completely disintegrates, dissolving into a chaotic maze of jagged service hallways, exposed pipe networks, and narrow maintenance stairwells. There is no sign of them, no echoing footsteps, no frantic whispers, no performative reassurances from Roman about reality television producers or camera angles. I sprint faster, my lungs burning, taking a sharp right, and then a panicked left, coming upon a staircase. I blindly descend the steep flight of concrete stairs that smells heavily of black mildew and harsh industrial detergent. The deeper I go, the more the air changes, growing thick, hot, and suffocatingly humid against my skin. My boots skid violently across the slick, grimy tile, and I crash through a heavy metal door, my shoulder slamming into the frame before I freeze in place. The space is cavernous, filled with endless rows of massive, rusted industrial washing machines and towering iron clothes presses that look like medieval torture devices in the dark. The long shadows cast by my trembling flashlight stretch out across the room like reaching fingers. I look around wildly, trying to orient myself, but my heart sinks into a hollow, freezing pit as I realize I have completely lost their trail. I turn back, my breath catching in my throat as I scan the concrete frame of the door I just bolted through. Painted directly across the header in a chilling, dried blood crimson is a stark warning line: the sub-basement laundry. Panic, icy and absolute, locks my joints. I didn't find haven. I didn't find Roman or Victoria. In my desperate rush to escape the danger of the pool, I ran straight out of the free zones and deep in area, entirely alone. I spin around to sprint back up the stairwell, my flashlight beam cutting a desperate, sweeping arc through the darkness. A shadow shifts directly behind me. Before I can even raise my hands or draw enough breath to scream, a brutal, crushing force explodes against the back of my skull. The sheer impact shatters the dark room into a flash of blinding white light. My flashlight slips from my useless fingers, clattering loudly against the concrete floor as my knees instantly buckle. I hit the grimy tile hard, the taste of metallic copper flooding my mouth as the world swiftly, mercilessly fades to black.
Adieu, strayed sheep, a frantic flight to save your skin, to leave the trap your friends were in. But blind retreat along the floor led straight across the blood-red door. A heavy blow, a flash of white, and silence claims the lonely night by R.H. Mutton for the wolf! Mutton for the wolf!
Return to fork in the road number 1 and try again.
Return to fork in the road. 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 to fork in the road. Return 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 to fork in the road.
Chapter. Stay in the lobby. I can't bring myself to step through the south exit of the lobby toward the Olympic pool. The phrase "uh-oh" area loops in my mind like a rhythmic flashing warning siren, and Gale's terrified resistance makes too much tactical sense to ignore. If Red Herring is setting traps, going exactly where a freshly scratched clue tells us to go feels less like solving a mystery and more like walking straight into a meat grinder and chasing blindly after Roman and Victoria into the pitch-black paths with no plan feels just as reckless. I'm staying here, I say, my voice sounding smaller, more hollow than I want it to in the vast expanse of the room. Gale is right. We haven't even looked around the lobby thoroughly. There could be something right under our noses that doesn't require risking our lives in an obvious trap. Captain Sterling looks at me, a sharp flash of disappointment hardening his rugged, weathered features. But he doesn't waste breath trying to change my mind. He adjusts his grip on his heavy flashlight, his shoulders squaring as he accepts the fracture in our small group. Suit yourself, Emerson. Keep your eyes open. With a final, curt nod to Dr. Crest, Captain Sterling turns and strides into the dark outside through the south exit of the lobby, the doctor following close behind with unhurried, clinical steps. Through the windows, we watch the beams of their flashlights bounce off the path until they round a corner, their rhythmic footsteps fading into a heavy, absolute silence. Gale and I are left entirely alone in the sweeping, dusty expanse of the reception area, under the toxic emerald glare of the monitor. Thank God, Gale breathes, her shoulders slumping as she leans heavily against a structural stone pillar. She presses her cell phone tightly against her chest, her fingers trembling slightly as she slides her stylus into her pocket. At least someone has a brain left in their skull. Walking into the dark on a dare is exactly what a killer expects us to do. Don't relax yet, I tell her, my voice low as I flick my flashlight beam across the dust-choked floorboards, tracing the long shadows stretching out from the central desk. I stayed back because entering the Olympic pool meant breaking the first rule. Stay in bounds, Gale says. Exactly. I don't want to begin this twisted game by crossing a literal line that Red Herring explicitly marked as out of bounds. One of the guidelines is that the first paper trail clue is always in the start room. The lobby is the start room. If that clue Captain Sterling found wasn't part of the official paper trail, then the real one has to be hidden right here. We need to find it. So your Red Herring used their first Red Herring and so early in Agatha, she says. We need to expect anything at any time. We begin a grueling, systematic sweep of the starting zone, turning our quiet panic into physical labor. We check behind the overturned, moldering lounge chairs, tear away sections of the rotting velvet drapes that shroud the windows, and peer into the dark corners of the luggage closet, where decayed resort stationery sits undisturbed. For 10 agonizing minutes, there is nothing but the sound of our heavy breathing and cascades of gray hotel dust floating through our light beams. Then, my light catches a strange, sharp reflection near the back wall of the reception desk, right where the old wooden key cubbies are built into the masonry. One of the vintage brass key hooks isn't straight like the others. It's bent completely downward, forced violently out of alignment, as if someone used it as a makeshift lever. I step behind the counter, my boots crunching softly on shards of broken glass from a shattered light bulb. I reach deep into the narrow cubby, my fingers brushing against the cold, tarnished metal. When I pull down firmly on the bent hook, a soft, mechanical clack echoes from somewhere behind the ancient drywall. A small, hidden panel at the base of the key grid pops open an inch. Gale crowds in right next to me, holding her breath, the heat of her panic palpable as she watches me pry the hidden panel the rest of the way open. Inside the dark recess lies a heavy metallic object, a tarnished brass dial ripped from an old safe combination lock, and a small laminated card with typed text. I focus the flashlight beam directly onto the card. The chef's secrets are never shared with the dining room. The recipe for survival requires a fire that is already cold. The chef, a cold fire. I whisper, my mind racing as I stare at the typed text on the card. The piece of the puzzle suddenly clicks into place against the layout of the blueprint. It has to mean the commercial kitchen. Gale, look at the board. The kitchen is a designated free zone. Gale lets out a breath she seems to have been holding since the boys left, a genuine spark of relief breaking through the deep terror in her eyes. She taps her stylus rapidly against her chin, nodding as she looks from the card to her phone screen. You're right. A kitchen that hasn't been used in decades is the definition of a cold fire. Emerson, you actually deciphered it. We found a safe path forward. My chest loosens slightly, a wave of profound relief washing over me. We have a tangible, logical lead, and we didn't have to walk blindly into a death trap to figure it out. But as I look out toward the north and south exits, realizing just how split up and isolated our pack has become in less than 20 minutes, a cold dread settles right back into my stomach. We deduced a safe route, but the game is only getting more dangerous. Chapter: Intersecting Paths. Gale and I exchange a quick, tense look, the heavy brass safe dial weighing down my jacket pocket like a cast-iron flywheel. We head for the south exit of the lobby and follow the map. The path to the commercial kitchen is clear, a confirmed free zone waiting for us, offering a fleeting illusion of sanctuary. But before we can even take a single step outside, the sound of frantic, slapping footsteps echoes from the east exit, shattering the heavy silence of the lobby. Victoria bursts into the room, panting heavily, her immaculate hair unraveling into wild, sweaty strands that cling to her cheeks. She searches the room with her flashlight. Her expensive coat is torn at the hem, and she looks around frantically, her chest heaving, until her wide, bloodshot eyes lock onto us. Emerson, Gale, she gasps, clutching her chest as she stumbles forward, nearly tripping over her designer boots. Thank God. I lost him. Slow down, I say, stepping forward and catching her firmly by the arm to steady her shaking frame. Who did you lose, Roman? You have only been gone a few minutes. She nods rapidly, her breath coming in shallow, ragged hitches. It felt like an hour. Victoria starts to cough, a sudden fit racking her body as her face flushes a painful crimson. She frantically digs into her purse with a trembling hand, removes a cough drop, and pops it into her mouth. Once she stops coughing and clears her throat, she continues, her voice dropping to a panicked whisper. Victoria explains, we stayed on the paths and went in none of the buildings and ended up near the overlooked gazebo. The gazebo? That's south, I say as I look over the map. None of the paths lead to the overlooked gazebo from the north side. You and Roman left through the north exit of the lobby. How did you end up there? I don't know. I'm so turned around right now. It was pitch black then, and I lost my map. After what seemed like 20 minutes of walking, the fog rolled in so thick over the path. I could barely see my hands, and then we heard this horrible, heavy metallic scraping sound. I bolted. I noticed the gazebo. I thought Roman was right behind me, but when I stopped running, he was gone. I got completely turned around in the dark trying to find my way back, and then I came across the door for the commercial kitchen. I went inside. I must have wandered around for another 20 minutes. Did you see anyone else while you were lost? Gale asks, her voice rising in pitch, her knuckles white as she grips her phone. Victoria's eyes widen with a sudden, fresh spike of terror, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out across her forehead under the green neon glow of the lobby monitor. I did, she shudders, her breath catching. I ended up by the grand ballroom. The doors were wide open, so I looked inside. I found, I'm not sure who it was, but I believe it was the pilot. I called out to him, but he didn't move. He was slumped face down over one of the tables in the center of the floor, completely hidden beneath a white sheet. Captain Sterling's pilot hat was resting right on top of the sheet, right over where the head should be. He's dead. I know he's dead. Captain Sterling? I ask, a sickening pit instantly forming in my stomach. That's impossible. He went toward the Olympic pool with Dr. Crest. Why on earth would he be in the ballroom? My mind immediately races to the time. I am certain it has only been about 15 minutes since the group separated. The math doesn't add up, but I intentionally set aside the gaping discrepancy between Victoria's tale and the impossibility of Captain Sterling getting away from Dr. Crest so fast. There's no time to parse it. I don't know, Victoria cries, her voice trembling violently as she white-knuckles my sleeve. The grand ballroom is listed as a free zone, so I thought it was safe. Gale pales, her breath catching as she shakes her head in fierce denial. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. If Captain Sterling is dead in a free zone, then the game rules are already falling apart. RH explicitly said we were safe there. No, you're misremembering the rules. I correct her quickly, my mind racing as I piece together the horrific loopholes of this game board. Free zones only mean there are no preset booby traps or automated hazards. Red Herring never said Wolf couldn't walk into a room and murder a sheep with their own hands. Besides, we don't even know if Captain Sterling was actually killed in that room, or if his body was just left there as a statement, or if the body is him. I turn and head toward the south exit, my flashlight cutting through the gloom. Only one way to find out. The three of us rush outside, our hurried footsteps a frantic rhythm as we briskly walk the path leading to the commercial kitchen. We enter, ignoring what's inside, focused on reaching Captain Sterling. We exit the kitchen and head toward the grand ballroom, but when we finally reach the massive ornate oak double doors, they are no longer wide open as Victoria described. They are shut tight, the heavy wood presenting a blank, impenetrable face. I grab the heavy brass handles and pull with all my might. They don't budge. I throw my weight forward, slamming my shoulder hard against the seam, but the doors have been firmly, completely secured from the inside. Someone or something locked them the moment Victoria fled. Captain Sterling, I yell, banging my fist violently against the thick paneling, the vibration rattling up my arm. Captain Sterling, are you in there? Nothing but a dead, heavy silence answers from the other side. As I step back, wiping a sheen of cold sweat from my forehead, and looking around the dim hallway for another point of entry, my flashlight beam catches a sudden flash of bright red paint mounted on the wall nearby. Behind a pane of thin, fragile glass sits a heavy steel fire axe, its wicked edge gleaming under my light. The words "in case of emergency" are stenciled across the metal frame in stark white block letters. Fork, in the road number 2. Choose your path carefully and click a link below. Option A, the commercial kitchen. Head to the commercial kitchen and stick to the paper trail. Option B, take the fire axe. Shatter the glass. Take the fire axe. and smash through the grand ballroom doors. Option C. The overlooked gazebo. Turn back and head out to the overlooked gazebo to search for Roman.
Make your choice. Time is running out. 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 Make your choice. Time is running out.
Chapter. Take the fire axe. We don't have time to second-guess ourselves, I say, my voice hardening as I turn away from the dark corridor leading to the kitchen. My eyes lock onto the bright red emergency box mounted on the wall. If Captain Sterling is bleeding out on the other side of those doors, every second we waste is a second closer to him dying. Emerson, maybe you should wait, Gale suggests, reaching out to grab my shoulder, her fingers digging desperately into my sleeve. We are talking about a human life, I snap, pulling out of her grip with a sharp jerk. If someone is dying, forcing entry is the right thing to do. Gale steps back from me, her face pale with dread. The emergency box is mounted too high on the wall to reach with a kick, but dangling from a small metal chain beside the glass is a heavy little iron hammer meant for this exact purpose. I grab the miniature mallet, pull the chain taut, and smash it hard against the center of the protective pane. The glass shatters with a loud, violent crash, sending a cascade of sharp shards raining down onto the dusty floorboards. Instantly, a piercing, high-pitched emergency alarm cuts through the resort, its mechanical wail echoing through the quiet hallways like a siren and utterly shattering the illusion of safety we had just been clinging to. I reach through the broken frame, careful of the jagged edges, and wrap my fingers around the cold, heavy steel handle of the fire axe. As I pull it free, the weight of the weapon feels solid and reassuring in my hands. I step toward the massive, ornate oak double doors of the grand ballroom, planting my feet and raising the axe over my shoulder. I aim. The heavy steel blade bites deep into the seam of the ornate oak doors with a resounding, splintering crack, vibrating violently all the way up my arms. But before I can pull the blade free to strike a second time, a sharp, mechanical whirring sound erupts directly above us, cutting through the blare of the alarm. A hidden motorized panel in the ceiling tiles slaps open with a loud metallic crack. From the dark recess above, a sleek matte black automated turret drops down on a hydraulic arm, its barrel glinting under the dim hallway light. A bright, cold crimson laser sight instantly cuts through the darkness, dancing wildly across the floorboards before locking squarely and immovably onto the center of my chest. "Emerson, get down!" Gale screams, her voice cracking with pure terror. Before I can even drop the axe or fling myself toward the floor, the turret fires. A deafening, rapid-fire burst of high-velocity rounds tears through the hallway, ripping through fabric and bone with clinical, automated precision. The devastating force of the impact hurls me backward against the wall, the fire axe clattering uselessly to the floor. As the corridor fades and the distant, horrified screams of Gale and Victoria grow faint, the scene freezes, fading into a quiet, grim finality.
Adieu, subversive sheep. A sudden blow to force the way where rules demanded you obey. The splintered oak, the iron gears, a sudden whirring strikes the ears. The crimson laser finds its mark. A flash of fire rips the dark. By R.H.
Sheared from the board. Sheared from the board. Sheared from the board.
Return to fork in the road number 2 and try again.
Return to fork in the road. 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 Return to fork in the road.
Chapter: The Overlooked Gazebo. We can't leave Roman out there, I say, making a decisive pivot away from the locked ballroom doors. I look at Victoria, whose eyes are still wide with lingering panic. You said you lost him near the overlooked gazebo. If he's turned around in the fog, he's a sitting duck for Wolf. The ballroom is sealed tight anyway. Tracking him down has to be our priority. Gale looks uneasy, glancing down the dark corridor, but she nods reluctantly. If we're going into the fog, we stay close, no running ahead. We retrace our steps, pushing through the heavy exit doors and stepping out into the freezing night air. The weather has taken a turn for the worse. The fog is a thick, soup-like wall, swallowing the beam of my flashlight just a few feet in front of my face. We navigate by the map, tracking the winding stone pathway that leads toward the cliffside edge of the resort grounds. "Roman!" Victoria calls out, her voice immediately muffled by the heavy mist. "Roman, are you out here?" The only response is the eerie, rhythmic crashing of the waves against the rocks far below. Then, cutting through the silence, we hear it, a low, rhythmic, metallic scraping sound echoing through the dark, exactly as Victoria described. It sounds like it's coming from the structure ahead. Through the shifting veil of white, the dark, skeletal silhouette of the overlooked gazebo finally materializes. Its ornate wooden pillars loom over the stone overlook like a cage. "I think someone's inside," I whisper, my heart rate spiking. I step off the grass and onto the weathered wooden floorboards of the gazebo, keeping my light swept low to watch for any sign of movement. I sweep the flashlight beam across the dark corners, deliberately checking the perimeter for obvious tripwires or visual hazards. Everything looks perfectly clear, a textbook rescue path. Satisfied that it's safe to enter, I take a confident step toward the central platform to investigate the sound. My boot comes down squarely on the central floorboard, the wood giving way with a subtle, hollow click beneath my weight. Before I can even process the sound, a violent mechanical snap echoes from beneath the deck. A deadly booby trap triggers instantly. The floorboards rupture upward in a shower of splintered wood as a dense grid of thick, rusted iron spikes shoots straight up from the foundations. Before I can scream, before I can even attempt to fling myself backward into the fog, the sharp metal stakes tear through my boots and pierce deep into my torso, impaling me cleanly against the frame of the gazebo. The flashlight drops from my limp fingers, rolling away into the dark. As the world rapidly goes cold and the horrified shrieks of Gale and Victoria are swallowed by the mist, the scene freezes, fading into a quiet, grim finality.
Adieu, skewered sheep. A single step where shadows grow and iron rises from below. The splintered wood, the sudden pierce, a trap unleashed, silent and fierce. The flashlight fades, the heartbeat dies beneath the cold, unblinking skies. By R.H. Mutton for the wolf! Mutton for the wolf!
Return to fork in the road number 2 and try again.
Return to fork in the road. 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 Return to fork in the road.
Chapter: The Commercial Kitchen. We can't just stand here, Victoria says, her voice trembling as she stares down the dark corridor toward the grand ballroom, her fingers knotting into the fabric of her coat. We have to check the ballroom first. What if Captain Sterling is still alive? What if he's hurt and needs our help? Maybe we should go in, Gale adds, her tone sharp but hushed, a fierce whisper cutting through the gloom. But the rule, I interject, my heart hammering against my ribs as I remember the foundational text Agatha laid out for this twisted game. Sheep are bound by a do no wrong rule. By taking an axe to the door, I'm damaging property. Does that count? If Captain Sterling was in danger, maybe a human life outweighs a door, and I could break it down. Gale scoffs, spinning around to face me with a look of pure disbelief, the pale light of her phone screen casting harsh shadows across her face. Are you seriously worried about getting a penalty for vandalism right now, Emerson? I mutter under my breath, death penalty. Gale continues, her eyes boring into mine. If Sterling is dying on the other side of that oak, Agatha isn't going to disqualify you for a property damage fee. The kitchen, I whisper, my eyes shifting away from the red fire axe mounted on the wall. We stick to the plan to find the apex ledger. The lobby's paper trail clue pointed to the commercial kitchen as a confirmed free zone, and right now, we need a safe place to clear our heads. Fine. Gale nods rapidly in agreement, while Victoria glances back down the dark hallway toward the ballroom, shivering as she tightly hugs her arms to her chest. We slip away from the locked double doors, moving quickly down the intersecting service corridor. The air grows heavier, thick with the scent of stale grease and industrial cleaning chemicals. When I once again push open the heavy, double-action stainless steel doors, the beam of my flashlight sweeps across a cavernous room of cold metal surfaces, stacked wire racks, and dark, dead stoves. The silence here is absolute, isolated from the rest of the resort. I believe we are looking for a safe with a missing dial. Then hurt to also look around for anything useful, I instruct quietly, keeping my voice low so it doesn't carry into the vents. We fan out, our shoes squeaking softly against the grimy tile floor. Gale searches the stainless steel prep tables, running her hand along the undersides of the counters, while Victoria hovers close behind me, her eyes darting toward every shadow. I pull the tarnished brass safe dial out of my pocket. If this piece of a combination lock belongs anywhere in a commercial kitchen, it has to be near the manager's station. I head toward the chef's high-top desk in the corner. I sweep a stack of inventory logs aside, searching the wood grain paneling beneath the desk. Nothing. But when I drop to one knee and shine the light against the back wall beneath the counter, I spot it. A small, heavy iron door flush with the brickwork. It's an old wall safe, completely locked, with a jagged, empty silver spindle protruding from its center. "Emerson find something?" Gale whispers, walking over, her light overlapping with mine. "Maybe," I murmur. I line up the square hole on the back of my tarnished brass dial with the broken spindle. It slides into place with a tight, metallic scrape. I press it firmly until it seats against the safe door, then gently turn it. Click, click. The internal tumblers are still intact, spinning smoothly, but it's completely locked down. I don't know the combination. We need to spread out and see if Red Herring placed a clue in this room. "I'm on it," Gale whispers, shifting her flashlight beam across the nearby manager's station. She starts tearing away faded sticky notes and shuffling through a stack of old dining receipts impaled on a metal spike. "Hey, look at this. On the back of this inventory clipboard, there's a handwritten string of digits scribbled in red marker." I study the numbers she's pointing to, then slowly rotate the brass dial first by going right, left, and right again, testing her sequence. I give the safe handle a firm tug, but it doesn't budge. The dial spins loosely without catching. I try the numbers again, but this time left, right, and then left. Nothing, it's not working. I don't think those are the combination. "What about this?" Victoria calls out from the center of the kitchen, her voice tight as she shines her light onto the massive stainless steel hood of the dead stoves. She points her beam toward the grime-crusted metal surface, where someone has freshly carved a series of numbers directly into the grease with a sharp tool. I step over, memorize the sequence carved above the stove, and return to the wall safe. My fingers trace the cold brass dial as I carefully execute the new turns, spinning it past 0, reversing direction, and locking into the final digit. With a heavy mechanical clunk, the internal mechanism finally releases. I pull the heavy door open, the hinges groaning slightly. Resting inside the empty velvet interior is a single, heavy brass key. Taped to the top of it is a piece of masking tape with neat, handwritten block letters. "Grand Ballroom." "I found it," I say, holding it up so the metal catches the light. "Then we have to go back," Victoria says, her voice trembling but urgent from the center of the kitchen. "We have to know for sure what happened to Sterling, and maybe Roman found his way there." With the key tight in my hand, we retrace our steps back down the quiet hallway to the massive ornate oak double doors of the grand ballroom. My heart hammers against my ribs as I slide the brass key into the lock. It turns with a heavy, satisfying click. I push the door open, bracing myself for whatever lies beyond. The stench hits us first, the suffocating, sickly sweet odor of charred flesh and melted fabric that makes my stomach violently turn. I lift my flashlight, the beam cutting through the dimness of the vast room. Slumped over a table is a figure covered with a sheet. Urged by Gale, I move over, remove the hat, and then pull back the white sheet. It is Captain Sterling, just as Victoria guessed, but the sight is far more horrific than a simple assault. His body has been badly burnt, his clothing fused to his skin in blackened patches, the flesh scorched beyond recognition. Victoria covers her mouth, stifling a scream, and steps backward into the hallway. Refusing to look a second longer, Gale stays by my side, her face pale, though she forces herself to look closer, her eyes scanning the damage. "He was incinerated," Gale whispers, her voice shaking. "Was it a trap?" I reply, "The damage appears to be caused by one." "I thought you said the ballroom was a free zone?" "It is a free zone," I say, stepping toward the table, squinting as I trace the path of the flashlight beam around the immediate vicinity. I examine the area. There are no soot trails on the floor, no heat damage to the table or the ceiling above him, and no accelerant splashes anywhere in the room. Gale frowns, stepping closer, her analytical mind overriding her fear for a brief moment. "What does that mean?" "That means he wasn't killed here," I mutter, careful not to touch the body or disturb the scene. "Wherever he was attacked, it was an entirely different part of the resort. An area where Wolf could use a trap or a heavy accelerant. A good guess would be the Olympic pool where he and Dr. Crest went." Gale questions, "So is Dr. Crest Wolf?" "Possibly, or another victim, or a sheep on his own," I reply. I examine Captain Sterling again, noting the rigid posture and the way the sheet was neatly draped. Someone murdered him, burned him, and then went through the massive trouble of hauling his body all the way here to place him at this table. The game isn't kind to Wolf. It would be so much easier to leave the body in the area where it fell. But the game forces Wolf to move the body, giving Sheep an opportunity to spot Wolf. As I carefully sweep the flashlight beam over the pristine floor around the chair, a tiny glint of reflective plastic catches the light. It's resting just inches from Sterling's scorched hand, completely clean and untouched by soot. I lean in close. It's a small, crumpled piece of plastic trash. Printed clearly across the center in stark lettering is a single word: menthol. I take the cough drop wrapper. I stare at it as the chilling reality sinks in. Wolf moved him here from wherever he died, intentionally setting the stage to leave this fleeced secrets behind for us to find. Fleeced Secrets, number 1. Cough drop wrapper with menthol written on it. Ba, ba, bye, and good night, sweet sheep, number 3. The compass spins, the course is set. A final flight you won't forget. Oh, Captain, Captain, bravest sheep, who flew into the dark so deep. You left the pool, you broke the line, and stumbled into Wolf's design. No cockpit dials, no stormy skies, just blinding neon in your eyes. Death a crisp and linen shroud, far from the reach of any cloud. Your wings are clipped, your engines stall, face down within the grand ballroom. Wolf placed your hat upon your head, a silent salute to the dead. Agatha rolls on, the board is clear. Ground control can't save you here. By R.H. Chapter. The label. The word menthol burns into my retina, searing itself against the dark backdrop of my mind like a brand. My thoughts immediately begin rewinding the tape of the last hour, frantically sorting through every echo, every ragged breath, and every visual memory we have accumulated since waking up in that suffocating chemical fog. Someone was coughing. I slowly turn around, the flashlight beam cutting a sharp, dusty path across the vast, dark expanse of the grand ballroom. The circle of light washes over Victoria. She is still hovering like a ghost near the threshold of the heavy double doors, her manicured hands ringing together with a rhythmic, desperate friction. Her face is completely drained of color, making her eyes look unnaturally wide and dark in the harsh glare. "Victoria," I say. My voice is flat, dangerously level, completely devoid of the panic that is currently clawing at the walls of my chest. "When you found Gale and me, right after you said you lost Roman, you were coughing quite a bit." She blinks, startled by the sudden shift in focus, her gaze darting from the flashlight beam to my face. Yes. Whatever gas they used to knock us out. My throat was raw, Emerson. I could barely breathe. "What did you take out of your pocket?" I ask, stepping away from the scorched, horrific remains slumped over the table. I keep my light trained low, tracking her every micro-expression, the slight tremor in her chin, the way her shoulders tighten. "Right before we decided to head toward the kitchen, you reached for something." Victoria looks genuinely confused, a defensive frown flickering across her features, but she reaches slowly into her designer purse. Her fingers tremble violently, rustling against the fabric before she pulls something out and extends her open palm into the beam of light. Resting in her pale hand is a half-dissolved amber-colored cough drop, its sticky surface loosely tucked into a torn piece of reflective plastic wrapping, the crinkled, jagged edges, the silver metallic sheen, the bold, stark green font. It is an identical match to the wrapper resting just inches from Captain Sterling's scorched hand. Gale lets out a sharp, audible breath that sounds like a hiss in the quiet room, instantly taking a long step away from Victoria. "Where did you get that, Victoria?" Gale demands, her tone cutting. "Roman," Victoria stammers, her voice cracking as she looks between the two of us, sensing the sudden, suffocating shift in the room's atmosphere. "Roman gave it to me. Right after we woke up in the lobby, before we were separated. He said he always keeps a pack on him when he travels." I swear, I didn't think anything of it. Realizing she is standing directly under our collective glare, she shrinks back, her posture collapsing inward. The proximity to the long table, and the monstrous thing Wolf set upon it, seems to finally shatter what little composure she has left. "I can't look at him anymore," she whispers. "I can't be near this. It's sick." Without waiting for a response, she retreats into the deep shadows of the ballroom. Turning her back on the light, she targets a plush velvet sofa resting near the far wall, a safe distance away. She sinks into the heavy cushions, burying her face in her hands as her shoulders begin to shake. I catch Gale's eye. With a silent, sharp tilt of my head, I motion for her to follow me back toward the heavy oak doors, putting enough physical distance between us and the sofa that our whispers won't carry across the cavernous room. She may be lying. Gale spits out the second we are out of earshot, her journalistic pragmatism completely replaced by cold, hard survival instinct. "Roman gave it to her? How convenient." The action star isn't here to defend himself, so she pins the physical evidence on a ghost. "Think about the timeline, Gale," I whisper, leaning in close, keeping one eye firmly on the silhouette of Victoria across the room. Wolf had to kill Sterling in an area and then haul that dead weight all the way to this table to set up this grotesque display. That takes serious physical strength, but it also takes time. Did she have enough time? "Don't forget she's Marcus the Ghost Vance's relative," Gale adds, her jaw tight, her eyebrows knit together in deep concentration. "We don't know anything about their actual dynamic. What if they're in this together? What if she's Wolf, and she left that wrapper by Sterling's body on purpose to frame Roman, completely forgetting she had another one sitting right in her own pocket? The do no wrong rule keeps the sheep from killing," I mutter, my fingers pressing hard against my temples as a headache begins to bloom. But if she's Wolf, she doesn't care about the sheep parameters. She's playing by Wolf guidelines. If we cast a verdictum right now and we're wrong, we trigger the spree. We can't afford a blunder based on a single cough drop. Across the ballroom, the beam of Victoria's discarded flashlight, which she had set face up on an end table, catches on something metallic near the baseboards, refracting a sharp sliver of light across the ceiling. "Emerson." "Gale." Victoria's voice cuts through our hushed argument. It is no longer frantic or weeping, but sharp with a sudden, icy focus. Gale and I instantly freeze, our conversation snapping shut as we turn our flashlights back toward her. She isn't looking at us. She is leaning over the arm of the couch, staring intently at the base of a heavy, ornate brass floor lamp next to the velvet sofa. "There's something down here," Victoria says, her hand pointing into the narrow gap between the brass and the wood floor. Suspicion flares instantly in my gut. It is too perfectly timed, too convenient a distraction, but the desperate gnawing urge to find the next piece of the paper trail overrides my caution. Gale and I cross the room quickly, our boots clicking against the floorboards until our overlapping lights converge on the spot Victoria is pointing to. Wedged tightly beneath the heavy, tarnished brass pedestal of the lamp is a small, pristine white envelope. It stands out like a beacon against the thick layer of dust and the dark, aged wood. I kneel, the fabric of my jeans straining as I carefully tug the paper free from the weight of the lamp. There is no name written on the front, but stamped directly across the back seal in thick, black ink is a stylized icon, a magnifying glass hovering over a single distinct drop of blood. I slice the envelope open with my thumbnail, the crisp sound tearing through the quiet room, and pull out a single slip of heavy, textured cardstock. Written in the same neat, block letters we found on the kitchen safe key is a single, cryptic line. "The glass house breathes what the winter steals. Find the roots of the next seal, the solarium," Victoria says over my shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she mentally checks the boundaries of the laminated resort map. According to the guide, it's another designated free zone, which means no automated booby traps. I mutter, rubbing the back of my neck as the crushing psychological weight of this entire game presses down on me. But it doesn't mean we're safe. Wolf just proved they can haul a body into a free zone whenever they want. I look back toward the center of the room, where the menthol wrapper rests under the stage lights near the pilot's scorched hand, and then at Victoria, who is watching me with wide, unblinking eyes. The paper trail is active, dangling the next piece of the puzzle directly in front of us. But following it means leaving the relative security of this room and trusting the person walking right beside us. Chapter: Heading for the Solarium. The heavy brass key scrapes in the lock of the grand ballroom doors as I turn it, the harsh metallic mechanism biting into the brass plates with a final echoing click. With that sound, I seal Captain Sterling's burnt, grotesque remains inside the dark, echoing room, leaving him exactly where Wolf intended him to be found. Nobody speaks. The silence that settles over us is immediate and suffocating, thick with a mutual suspicion that feels heavy enough to choke on. We stand in the dim light of the corridor, our breathing shallow, each of us hyper-aware of the space between our bodies. Yet, despite the paranoia freezing my veins, the paper trail remains our only tangible tether to reality. We have to go to the solarium. We move along the dimly lit paths of the Sweet Breeze Resort, our flashlights cutting thin, frantic beams through the oppressive shadows that seem to lean out from the surrounding jungle. Victoria walks a few paces ahead, her posture stiff and unyielding, her arms wrapped tightly around her midsection, as if she can feel Gale's and my eyes boring directly into the back of her designer jacket. Every squeak of our rubber soles against the cracked floor tiles sounds like a gunshot in the dead quiet, a rhythmic reminder that we are entirely exposed. As we approach the path that leads to the management office, two moving beams of light suddenly splash violently ahead of us. "Stop," Gale whispers sharply, her hand instantly snapping out to grip my shoulder with a vice-like strength. I pull back into the deep shadows of some foliage, dragging Victoria with me by the fabric of her sleeve before she can let out a sound. We kill our flashlights, plunging ourselves into a suffocating, absolute darkness. In the quiet, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes, uneven, hurried, scraping heavily against the floorboards, and accompanied by ragged, desperate breathing. "I'm telling you, the map's layout doesn't make logical sense from this angle." A tight, cultured voice pants. The clinical cadence is unmistakable. "Dr. Crest. Just keep moving, Doc." A deeper, gruffer voice grunts in response, the low rumble vibrating through the corridor. "Roman Hawk." I know I saw someone on the main pier. It looked like they were placing something in a chest. It has to be a clue. I think the two of us should step out slowly. I call out into the gloom, clicking my flashlight back on but aiming the beam strictly at the floorboards ahead of them so as not to blind them. It's Emerson. Gale and Victoria are with me. The two men freeze instantly, their outlines silhouetted against the dim architecture. As they step into the full glow of my light, the toll of the night becomes glaringly apparent. Dr. Crest looks utterly unraveled. His pristine, tailored suit jacket is heavily wrinkled, stained with thick streaks of gray ash at the cuffs, and marred by a constellation of jagged, fire-eaten holes along the hem. His spectacles sit dangerously askew on the bridge of his nose, reflecting the light in sharp glints. Beside him stands Roman, looking every bit the weary, battered action star. His jaw is tightly set, his leather jacket scuffed and smeared with grime, and his posture is remarkably steady despite the thin sheen of sweat coating his forehead. "Thank God," Victoria breathes, her voice breaking as she rushes past me toward them, her composure fracturing completely. "Roman, we thought you were dead. We found Captain Sterling." Dr. Crest's eyes widen drastically behind his crooked lenses, his pupils dilating in the flashlight beam. "You found the captain? Where?" "In the ballroom," I say, stepping forward deliberately to block Victoria from getting too close to either of them, my body language rigid. My voice is hard, adopting an interrogation tone I can't shake. "But he wasn't alive, Dr. Crest. He was burned beyond recognition and arranged at a table. What exactly happened to him after you two left us at the reception desk?" He lets out a long, shuddering sigh, running a trembling hand over his slick-back hair, disrupting the neat strands. Dr. Crest looks genuinely rattled, his signature clinical detachment completely fracturing before us. "The Olympic pool," Dr. Crest says, his voice dropping to a harsh, reedy whisper that trembles with residual shock. It was horrific, Emerson. You saw the note Christopher found by the bronze bell. He insisted on following the clue straight into the area. He wouldn't listen to you, Gale," Dr. Crest continues, turning his frantic, wide eyes directly toward her. "We reached the Olympic pool. The basin wasn't full. There were only about 2 feet of stagnant liquid sitting at the bottom, and a massive iron chest chained directly to the center drain. Captain Sterling insisted it was the next clue in the paper trail left by RH. He wouldn't listen to my warnings. He threw his leg over the railing, climbed down the iron ladder, and waded right into the fluid to grab the chains. I heard a tiny click from beneath his boot, a pressure plate hidden perfectly under the surface. In a fraction of a second, a motorized spark igniter high up on the concrete deck threw a violent electrical arc straight into the pool drain. The liquid wasn't water at all. A wall of brilliant, blinding orange fire erupted directly out of the floor, turning the entire concrete basin into a massive furnace in a single terrifying heartbeat. The expanding fireball vacuumed the oxygen right out of the room. I barely escaped the backdraft by flinging myself behind a pillar. By the time the roar died down, the fire had consumed everything. Parts of my own clothing were on fire. After I put myself out, I fled the Olympic pool. I had lost my map in the fire and was running blindly until I came across Roman. I narrow my eyes, analyzing every syllable, processing his highly detailed description of an incineration. If he died at the pool, someone hauled his body all the way into the grand ballroom. The ballroom is a free zone. The tabletop wasn't even singed. Wolf staged him there. Dr. Crest pales drastically, the last remnants of color draining from his lips, as he looks around the dark paths as if the jungle itself is closing in on him. Staged? Then the killer was somehow tracking us, moving bodies through the sectors while we navigated. Gale turns her gaze sharply to Roman, who has remained strangely silent throughout the doctor's explanation, his large arms crossed tightly over his chest, his face cast in shadow. "And what about you, Roman? You left the lobby for Haven over an hour ago. Victoria said you gave her a cough drop before you left, and we found an identical wrapper resting right next to Sterling's corpse." Victoria looks at Roman with wide, pleading eyes caught between relief and terror. Roman doesn't flinch under the accusation. He merely looks down at me, his rugged features unreadable, his eyes steady. An hour? It seems like 3 hours, Roman says simply, his voice a low, heavy rumble. I got lost. This place is an absolute labyrinth in the mist. I hit a dead end near the overlooked gazebo. Realized the path was rigged with those damn iron tripwires, and tried to double back. I ended up near the solarium where I ran into the dock about 15 minutes ago while trying to find a designated free zone. Never did find haven. As for the cough drop, yeah, I gave her one. I have a pack in my pocket. If a rapper ended up by the pilot, Wolf, not me, placed it there to make you look exactly where you're looking right now. This show is starting to get tense. Convenient, Gale mutters under her breath, her eyes narrowing with professional skepticism. We don't have time to cast blame without a verdictum, I say, cutting off the rising tension before it can boil over into open hostility. Right now, we are moving to the solarium. It's a confirmed free zone on the map, and the clue from the paper trail leads us there directly. What about the main pier? Roman asks, shifting his weight. Earlier, right after Victoria and I got separated, when I was navigating near the edge of the grounds, I know I saw someone. As I was explaining to Dr. Crest before you jumped us, I saw a dark figure out there on the dock, and it looked like they were placing something into a large chest. It has to be another clue. It's part of the area, as I state firmly, consulting the edge of our map. Best to stay clear of the main pier. I also think we should stay together from now on. No more splitting up, no more independent scouting. No exceptions. Nobody argues. The gravity of Captain Sterling's death hangs too heavily over the group. We quickly form a fragile, tense column with me leading the way, flashlight extended, and Roman's large frame bringing up the rear to watch our backs. We navigate the winding paths, and after about 15 minutes, we come to a place where the path splits in 4 directions. Dr. Crest discovers a hidden sign on a tree that tells us which path leads to the solarium. We walk another 10 minutes and pass a second sign directing us to the solarium. 15 minutes later, we arrive. The solarium is stunningly eerie at night. Underneath the shattered, jagged remnants of the vaulted glass roof, overgrown tropical ferns, dead palms, and choked, creeping ivy stretch upward toward the pale moonlight like skeletal hands. The air here is thick, humid, and smells heavily of wet earth, crushed vegetation, and ancient damp. According to the riddle, we need to find the roots of the next seal, meaning we have to dig through this neglected indoor jungle. But before anyone can even begin to search the tangled undergrowth, a sound rips through the space. A man's scream. It is high-pitched, desperate, and raw, with an agonizing, primal terror that tears through the throat. The sound echoes violently off the iron ribs of the solarium structure, bouncing from glass pane to glass pane. It is so distant, muffled by layers of architecture, that we can't make out the specific words being screamed, but the panic is universal. As a single group, we spin on our heels and run back the way we came, our flashlights swinging wildly across the foliage. 7 minutes later, we halt dead in our tracks, as the sound tears through the resort a second time. "No! Stay back!" "Marcus," Victoria gasps, her hands flying to her mouth. "Where the hell did it come from?" Roman shouts, his muscles tensing for a fight. "The lobby, or maybe the management office," I yell, checking the laminated map beneath the bouncing beam of my flashlight, my thumb tracking the lines. We continue running in a single-file sprint, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The strict rules of AGATHA pound a frantic, rhythmic warning through my mind. Stay in bounds, do no wrong. We are so far away. We run for what seems like an eternity. Actually, it takes longer to run to the 4-way split than it took us to walk from there to the solarium. Our breath rattles painfully in our chests, our shoes slamming hard against the path. 16 full minutes of frantic, uninterrupted navigation just to reach the 4-way split. My heart is in my throat, the adrenaline masking the fatigue in my legs. Suddenly, the voice tears through the silence again, much closer this time, though heavily muffled. "Help! Somebody help me!" The scream cuts off abruptly into a sickening, wet, bubbling choke. Hurry, Gale gasps, her breath hitching as she pushes past Roman to keep up with my pace. We sprint even faster. 10 minutes pass as we push our bodies to their absolute physical limits. Finally, we slide around the final turn, run through the open door, and our shoes skidding violently on the polished parquet flooring of the management office. The air here is completely still, freezing, and smells faintly of old paper, dust, and the sharp, metallic tang of fresh copper. At the far end of the long hallway, illuminated brightly by the harsh, overlapping beams of our 5 flashlights, a figure is slumped face down against the base of a heavy oak desk. It's Marcus. We approach slowly, our footsteps dropping into a cautious, hesitant march as our lights converge on his still form. He is lying in a rapidly widening pool of dark, viscous blood that reflects the flashlight beams like a mirror. Protruding starkly from the exact center of his back, buried deep between his shoulder blades, is the ivory handle of a heavy hunting knife. His fingers are frozen in place, clawing desperately at the floorboards, as if he had spent his final, agonizing moments trying to drag his body across the threshold of the free zone. He is completely dead. I slowly look up from the fresh corpse, my flashlight sweeping over the pale, horrified, and sweat-slicked faces of the 4 people standing right beside me. Gale, Victoria, Dr. Crest, Roman. We had all been running together, in a tight, unbroken group. We were all completely accounted for. Every single second of the sprint, yet Marcus is dead, murdered by a physical blade shoved directly into his back while we ran. The realization hits me like a physical blow to the stomach, knocking the air from my lungs. If all of us were together when Marcus screamed, then who the hell is holding the knife? Who is Wolf? Bye and good night. Sweet sheep number 2. Oh Marcus, dear Marcus, so sharp and so keen, now static and cold on a security screen. You sought out the secrets, the codes, and the keys, but brought the poor boy right down to his knees. In the management office, away from the track, 3 sharp little bites from the wolf in your back. No memos or files can salvage your fate. An ironclad ledger that's sealed by the state. A shadow crept up as you reached for the prize. Now crimson-dyed pages are all that arise. The desk is your altar. The ink is your blood. Another dead sheep tracking mud in the mud. By R.H. Chapter: The Alibi Paradox. Don't touch the handle, I warn, my voice slicing sharply through the heavy, suffocating silence of the corridor. Roman ignores me entirely, dropping low to kneel beside Marcus's slumped heavy form anyway. His large, calloused hands hover inches away from the polished ivory hilt buried deep between Marcus's shoulder blades, his fingers twitching with a cold curiosity. I've seen enough prop wounds on set to know real, hardened steel when I see it. He grunts, his voice dropping into a low, rumbling register. With a grunt of physical effort, he hooks his fingers into the fabric of Marcus's coat and gently rolls the heavy torso to the side, exposing the horrific, bloody reality of the attack to the flashing beams of our lights. Marcus wasn't just stabbed once. His high-end tailored shirt is completely shredded at the back, soaked through with a rapidly widening crimson bloom that has turned the expensive fabric into a heavy wet rag. He's been stabbed several times in the back, Roman murmurs, a chilling clinical detachment settling over him that feels entirely surprising for a Hollywood action star. He begins scanning the dusty parquet floorboards with his light, the beam illuminating a scattering of glossy paper just inches from Marcus's stiffening, clawing fingers. Roman reaches down and picks one up, turning it over to let our flashlights wash across the image. This a photograph, or what's left of one, heavily smudged with a streak of dark, viscous blood. Well, looks like Marcus the Ghost Vance wasn't here just to play the survival game, Roman says, a grim, knowing look settling over his rugged features. He was on this island in his fixer capacity. What do you mean? Gale asks, stepping closer, her journalistic instincts overriding her fear as she types a few notes. Look at the evidence scattered all over the floorboards, Roman says, gesturing with the bloody corner of the print toward the other torn pieces. These are surveillance photos. High-end adultery. A major Hollywood studio producer caught in a very compromising position with someone they shouldn't be with. Marcus must have been hired to retrieve the incriminating originals from this resort before they ruined an entire studio's stock value. Looks like he found them, but Wolf got to him first. Damn, the blood effects on this look incredibly real. But it isn't the photos that make my chest tighten into a painful knot. It's what lies directly beneath Marcus's left palm. A small laminated card, a classic, unmistakable piece of fleeced secrets, is tucked neatly into his dead, curving fingers. Written in bold, elegant typography that mimics an invitation, it reads, "Fleeced Secrets, Number 2. Look not to those who flew in." The realization hits the dark corridor like a physical wave, causing everyone to draw a sharp breath. Victoria and I are completely cleared. Victoria had been dragged to this nightmare blindfolded after her abductors flew her into the private northern airstrip, and I had flown onto the resort's helipad by chartered helicopter. The killer is someone who was already hiding on this island before the game began, or someone who arrived by sea. The spotlight of suspicion swings violently, casting a blinding glare. It leaves only 3 remaining suspects standing in the dark: Gale, Roman, and Dr. Crest. Yet, despite the glaring clarity of the clue, the sheer physics of the murder make absolutely no sense. I look at Gale, her face pale but her expression intensely sharp. I've trusted her instincts since we first navigated the lobby. I catch her eye through the gloom, giving a subtle, deliberate tilt of my head toward one of the offices. She catches my drift instantly, her gaze dipping in a silent nod before she quietly slips away from the group to follow me into the shadows. Safely inside the suffocating darkness of the office, completely out of earshot of Roman and the others, I pull her close, my hand shaking slightly as the adrenaline spikes. "Gale, think about it," I whisper urgently, my voice barely a thread against the silence. Marcus looks like he can handle himself against anyone. The guy is an occasional hitman for elite clients. So how did someone manage to sneak up behind him not once or twice, but 3 separate times? He was stabbed in the back 3 different times, minutes apart, matching each and every scream we heard while we were running right beside the others. Gale searches my face, her sharp eyes scanning the heavy darkness of the office as she processes the mathematical impossibility of it. A delayed trap? A mechanical device left to trigger on a timer? Maybe, I mutter, turning my flashlight onto the heavy executive desk, the beam darting over old blotters and brass paperweights. But how was it set up to trigger so far apart if it was a booby trap? And there's no blood in here. No signs of a struggle at all. Marcus must have been dragged into the office after he was killed. Could there be more than one Wolf? Or did Red Herring lie to us, and Wolf isn't one of the sheep? Or could some random psychopath have somehow stumbled onto our murderous game? Too many possibilities. My mind can't focus on the game itself, so I force myself to focus on the tangible clues around us instead. We quickly rifle through the deep desk drawers, overturning old, leather-bound resort ledger books and scanning the dust-covered shelves for wires, remotes, or hidden mechanisms. Nothing. We find absolutely no other clues within the one office. When we step back out and join the others, the air is thick with a toxic, paralyzing level of paranoia. Roman is leaning casually against the wall, a dismissive, arrogant smirk playing on his lips as if he's waiting for the director to call cut. "You guys are really committed to the bit, I'll give you that," he chuckles, shaking his head at Dr. Crest, who is frantically pacing back and forth across the narrow hallway. I gotta hand it to the producers. The blood FX, the fake hunting knife, the whole Hitman backstory. It's a hell of a production value. What is this? Some kind of streaming exclusive? "A man is dead, you absolute fool," Dr. Crest snaps, his voice cracking with a high-strung, frantic terror as he turns on his heel and brushes past me to escape Roman's mockery. As Dr. Crest walks by, the bouncing beam of my flashlight catches something white and stark stuck to the dark, scorched wool of his suit jacket. I freeze, my breath catching hard in my throat, taped squarely between his shoulder blades, right in the exact spot where a knife would be driven home. is a jagged piece of white medical tape. Written on it in thick, bleeding black marker is a single, devastating name: Alex. The entire world tilts on its axis. The exhaustion, the deep grief, and the cold, festering horror of the last few hours boil over into a fraction of a second. My vision goes entirely red. I lunge forward with explosive force, my hands grabbing Dr. Crest by the lapels of his ash-stained jacket and slamming him hard against the heavy oak desk at the end of the hall. "Emerson, stop!" Victoria shrieks, her voice piercing as she rushes forward to grab my arm. "Why do you have the name Alex on your back?" I roar directly into Dr. Crest's face, the sheer volume of my voice echoing violently down the narrow corridor like thunder. "Why is Alex's name taped to your back? Answer me." Dr. Crest's eyes bulge with genuine, suffocating terror. He looks down at the white tape now clenched in my trembling hand, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly like a fish out of water. He is completely, utterly paralyzed by the accusation. He has no answer for me. "Emerson, please. You're hurting him." "We don't know who put it there," Victoria pleads, her hands trembling violently as she tries to settle me down, pulling desperately at my clothes to break my iron grip. My breath rattles painfully in my throat. My knuckles are bone white against his jacket. The remaining sheep stand in a tight circle around us in the dim corridor, their faces shadowed, waiting for my next move. A definitive decision must be made right now. Fork in the road. Number 3. Choose your path carefully and click a link below. Option A. Interrogate Dr. Crest. Force Dr. Crest to answer Emerson's question. Option B. Check the chest on the main pier. Go out to the main pier and investigate the large chest Roman had spotted earlier. Option C. Go back to the solarium. Pursue the original riddle from the paper trail.
Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out.
Chapter. Interrogate Dr. Crest. Answer me, I scream, the final fraying remnants of my sanity snapping like dry twigs under a heavy boot. Dr. Crest merely stammers, his eyes darting frantically around the narrow corridor, completely unable to meet my gaze. His mouth works silently, opening and closing as thin lines of sweat cut through the gray ash smudged across his forehead. That silent, evasive cowardice is the absolute final straw, the crushing grief for Alex that has been rotting in my chest, the suffocating terror of this god-forsaken resort, and the hours of relentless psychological torture collapse inward, sharpening into a singular, white-hot urge to destroy the man pinned beneath my hands. I lose control entirely, the room blurs, and I drive a hard, clenched fist straight into Dr. Crest's jaw. The impact cracks loudly through the narrow hallway, a sickening sound of skin hitting bone. Crest's spectacles fly from his face, spinning through the air and shattering into a dozen glittering shards against the parquet floor as his head snaps back violently against the heavy oak desk. He lets out a sharp, pathetic wail that sounds entirely too small for a man of his stature. But I don't stop. The red mist is taken over. I grab the lapels of his ash-stained suit jacket, yank his limp weight forward, and drive my fist deep into his ribs, feeling the fabric bunch beneath my knuckles, before bringing it back across his face. Emerson, stop. You're going to kill him. Victoria barks, her voice piercing through the roar of adrenaline in my ears. She lunges forward, throwing her arms around my torso with desperate strength, trying to pull me away from the desk. Roman steps in a second later, his heavy, calloused hands locking onto my shoulders with a script-ready combat grip, his muscles tensing as he tries to wrench me backward. But the adrenaline makes me a monster, giving me a grotesque, unnatural strength. I violently drive my elbow back into Roman's chest, the impact breaking his hold and forcing a grunt from his lungs, and kick blindly behind me to shove Victoria away. She falls back against the wall with a sharp gasp. I dive right back onto Dr. Crest, paying no attention to the pins and needles pricking across my swollen knuckles as I strike him again and again. With every blow, I paint the white medical label, the name that started this entire nightmare, with fresh, bright crimson splatters from his nose. Tell me what you did to Alex. Tell me. The mechanical sound doesn't come from a hidden pressure plate beneath our boots. It echoes from the ornate wooden molding of the wall directly above us, a crisp, clinical snap of a mechanism releasing. Before I can even register the sound or turn my head, a sharp, icy sting pierces deep into the left side of my neck. I freeze instantly, my fist hovering just inches from Crest's swollen, bloody face. The suddenness of the sensation makes the anger evaporate, replaced by a cold, jarring confusion. My fingers fly to my throat, brushing against a tiny tuft of bright feathers protruding from my skin. I pinch it and pull it away. It's a slender metallic needle, a localized pneumatic dart. Instantly, a wave of profound, unnatural, freezing cold washes down my spine, spreading through my nervous system like liquid nitrogen in a single, terrifying heartbeat. My knees buckle beneath me. I collapse sideways onto the floorboards, completely losing control of my limbs as my cheek presses hard against the cold wood, right next to the sticky, widening pool of Marcus's blood. I try to draw a deep, frantic breath, but my chest muscles refuse to expand. My lungs are completely locked, frozen in place by the fast-acting neurotoxin. Above me, the overhead resort speakers crackle to life with a sharp, ear-splitting burst of static that makes my ears ring. Oh, Emerson, Emerson. Red Herring's smooth, synthesized voice sighs over the PA system, the cadence dripping with a sickening mock disappointment. We laid out the boundaries so beautifully for you in the lobby. Stay in bounds, do no wrong. The rules of AGATHA are absolute, unyielding, and blind to your personal grievances. The moment you cross the line from self-defense into cold, brutal battery, you violated the foundational do no wrong protocol of AGATHA. My vision begins to blur rapidly at the edges, tunneling into a dark, inescapable ring that grows tighter with every passing second. Through the narrowing window of light, I can see Gale and Victoria kneeling beside me, their faces warped with absolute horror, their mouths moving in frantic, silent screams I can no longer hear. The sound has been cut off completely. You let Wolf manipulate your strings. Red Herring's voice echoes one last time, fading out into the encroaching, heavy void. You looked for vengeance, but you forgot to look where you were stepping. Your game is officially forfeited. The darkness swallows the corridor completely, turning the hallway into a tomb, and the hunt for Alex's killer ends in absolute silence.
Adieu, seething sheep. The crimson stains the white tape on the floor as darkness seals the heavy corridor. A fury blind, a strike delivered wrong, where desperate hearts had searched for truth too long. The needle stings, the frozen breath is lost. A final tally of the angers cost by RH.
Sheared from the board, sheared from the board, sheared from the board.
Return to Fork in the Road number 3 and try again.
Return to Fork in the Road. 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 Return to fork in the road.
Chapter. Check the chest on the main pier. I slowly uncurl my fingers, releasing Dr. Crest's crumpled lapels. He stumbles backward into the wall, gasping frantically for air and rubbing his bruised neck, his wide eyes brimming with absolute terror. Victoria lets out a long, ragged sigh of relief, keeping her trembling body positioned firmly between us like a human shield. We aren't going to get answers standing over a corpse in this corridor, I growl, wiping a bead of cold sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. I turn my hard, unforgiving glare toward Roman. Earlier, you said you saw movement out on the main pier. You said there was a large chest out there. Yeah, a real pirate-looking thing, Roman says, nonchalantly tossing a bloody photograph back onto Marcus's shredded chest. He shifts his weight, leaning against the wall with an unbothered posture that infuriates me. Probably full of prize money, cash envelopes, or the next clue in the paper trail. If you want a real plot twist, that's where the hidden cameras are pointing. Then that's where we go, I announce, the name Alex still burning a white-hot hole into my mind, overriding every ounce of basic caution I have left. Let's see what's in the main Pier's chest. Maybe we shouldn't. Gale steps directly in front of me, her brow furrowing deeply, her sharp eyes scanning my face for any sign of sanity. She's right, Emerson, Victoria adds. Think about it for 1 second. The main pier is clearly designated as an uh-oh area on the map. Going out there means stepping directly into Wolf's territory. We should look for haven instead. I don't care, I say coldly, my voice hollow as Alex's name continues to echo through my mind. If we watch each other's back, Wolf can't hurt us out in the open. We move together. Nobody separates. The 5 of us turn away from Marcus's mutilated body, navigating the tense, pitch-dark resort pathways that wind down toward the rugged coastline. The sea air hits us first, bitter, freezing, and heavy with the suffocating scent of salt, rotting kelp, and deep wood rot. The main pier stretches out into the pitch-black ocean like a jagged, rotting wooden finger. The moment our shoes cross the stark threshold from the solid concrete seawall onto the weathered wooden planks, a heavy, rhythmic, mechanical clicking echoes from deep beneath the structural pilings. The sound is metallic, ancient, and deliberate. We are officially out of bounds. At the very end of the pier, sitting precariously over the swirling, crashing waves, is the heavy, iron-bound chest. What did I tell you? Roman smirks, shining the beam of his light on the massive padlock hanging loosely from the rusted latch. Classic set design, standard mystery thriller tropes. Dr. Crest, desperate to distance himself from my accusations and frantically searching for some escape route, or to prove himself helpful, suddenly pushes past me. If there is an override switch or an explanation for what is happening to us, it has to be in here. Dr. Crest, wait, don't touch it, Gale yells, her voice cracking as she reaches out a hand to grab his shoulder. It's too late. Driven by sheer, unadulterated panic, Dr. Crest throws his entire physical weight against the heavy iron latch, violently flinging the massive lid of the chest wide open. Clang, click, whir. The chest doesn't hold documents, keycards, or Hollywood props. The entire bottom of the crate instantly drops away into the sea, releasing a massive heavy steel counterweight down into the depths. The black ocean beneath the pier immediately erupts in a violent explosion of foam, spray, and splintering wood. Before I can even take a single step backward onto safer planks, a gargantuan, terrifying shape surges upward through the shattered wooden deck. It is a massive, horrifying mechanical shark. A grotesque, industrial nightmare constructed from rusted steel plates, heavy hydraulic pistons, and rows of razor-sharp, jagged iron teeth. Driven by the immense pneumatic launch mechanism triggered by the falling counterweight, the hydraulic monster breaches the deck with terrifying speed. Emerson, behind you, Victoria shrieks, her voice piercing through the roar of the water. I spin around to flee, but my foot catches on a snapping, splintered plank. The steel predator closes its dead, glass lens eyes, as its massive iron jaws snap shut with a sickening, metallic crunch right across my midsection. The sheer, explosive force of the strike lifts me completely off my feet. The jagged metal teeth rip easily through my layers of clothes and tear deep into my flesh, pinning me in an inescapable, agonizing vice grip. Blood wells up in my throat, choking back my scream before it can leave my lips, as the immense weight of the mechanical beast begins to pull back down, dragging me backward into the freezing, churning black depths of the sea. The panicked, distant shouts of Gale and Victoria are instantly drowned out by the deafening roar of the ocean. The dark water closes over my head, and the faint, sweeping beams of their flashlights quickly fade into absolute, icy blackness.
Adieu, swimming sheep! The iron jaws from darkness rise beneath the cold, unblinking skies. You might think it's Jaws, not O, but the answer is no. The water takes the final breath and seals the heavy weight of death. By R.H. Wolf Fangs Clan! Wolf
Return to fork in the road number 3 and try again.
Return to fork in the road. 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 Return to fork in the road.
Chapter: Go Back to the Solarium. My knuckles turn bone white as I look at the jagged piece of tape I took off Dr. Crest's back. The harsh adhesive rips away several stray, scorched threads from his ash-stained wool suit jacket. He cowers instantly against the heavy oak desk, his chest heaving as he raises his hands in a frantic, trembling defense. His eyes wide and tracking the crumpled paper in my fist as a man staring at a live grenade with the pin pulled. "I didn't put it there. I didn't know," Dr. Crest stammers, his cultured voice cracking into a high-pitched, pathetic register. "I swear to you, Emerson, I couldn't even see my own back. Wolf must have slapped it on me when we were navigating the absolute darkness before we ran into you." "He's right, Emerson," Victoria says, her voice trembling as she steps forward. She gently places a manicured, shaking hand on my forearm, applying just enough steady pressure to try and pull me back from the edge. "Look at him. He's completely unraveled, and he's terrified. If he was the killer, why would he walk right up to us wearing a sign that explicitly points the finger at him? It's a setup." Victoria's words break through my rage. "It's a psychological play," Gale agrees, her sharp tone cutting through the thick layer of panic in the corridor. Though she speaks in his defense, her eyes remain hard, scanning Dr. Crest's frantic movements with deep, cold calculation. "Wolf is trying to trigger you, Emerson. They know Alex is your blind spot. They want you to break. If you lose your head and violate the rules here, you're playing right into their hands." I force my stiff fingers to uncurl one by one, letting the crumpled piece of medical tape slip from my palm. It flutters uselessly through the dim air, landing face up on the parquet floorboards right near Marcus's bloody boots. Gale is right. The strict rules of AGATHA beat a relentless, rhythmic warning in my mind. Stay in bounds. Do no wrong. If I lose control and let my rage turn into cold, brutal battery against Dr. Crest, I jeopardize my survival. "We're leaving the body," I announce, my voice sounding dead, cold and hollow even to myself. I turn my back on Dr. Crest, refusing to let the exhaustion and grief dictate my next move. "And we're leaving this trap behind." Roman scoffs, crossing his large arms over his scuffed leather jacket, his eyes darting to the pool of blood. "So what? We just walk away from a fresh crime scene? The director's gonna want a reaction shot or a discovery monologue. We're just leaving the hitman? This isn't a television show, Roman," I snap, swinging the harsh beam of my flashlight directly into his eyes until he flinches and blinks. "A man was just stabbed 3 separate times in a closed corridor while the 5 of us were running in a tight group. The physics are impossible, and the only way out of this labyrinth is the paper trail. We return to the solarium and we keep going with the clues until we find the apex ledger. The group moves as one, under extreme suspicion. Nobody leaves anyone's sight for a single second. Nobody argues. The mutual suspicion hanging over us is suffocating as we turn away from Marcus's slumped form in the management office and head out the south exit. The 5 of us form a tight, paranoid formation. Roman leads the way along the path, and a heavily trembling Dr. Crest is beside him, with Victoria walking between them. I walk some distance behind them, keeping Gale close to my side where I can watch her movements. Every single one of us is watching the other's hand, listening to the exact cadence of their footsteps, waiting for someone to make a sudden move. Chapter: A drone. A sound distracts me. A low mechanical hum vibrates behind me. I glance back and see that it's a drone. I pull back slightly on my pace, my boots dropping a few steps behind the main line. Gale instinctively slows down with me, matching my stride until a gap of several yards opens up between the 2 of us and the forward group. Up ahead, Roman's broad shoulders block his flashlight's light, his leather jacket squeaking rhythmically as he guides a still shaking Dr. Crest, with Victoria walking tensely between them. They are entirely focused on the path and dark foliage around them, their flashlight beams dancing over the rustling plants. Unaware that we've lengthened the distance, they turn a corner. "Emerson," Gale whispers, "we should catch up to the others. The plan is to stay together." "One moment. Let's see what the drone does." As we watch, a small quadcopter drone hangs in the air just 3 feet above the path, its 4 carbon fiber rotors spinning with a tight, high-pitched whine. Unlike a commercial camera drone, this unit is custom-built, its frame painted a matte, non-reflective black. A single high-intensity LED light on its underbelly flashes a rhythmic green pattern. As we watch, the drone drops altitude with mechanical precision, its landing gear touching down softly onto the path. The green light snaps to a solid, unblinking glow. "It's a delivery," I mutter. "Wolf or red herring just dropped something into play." "We should leave it alone," she insists. "Nowhere in the rules are drones mentioned." I tell her, "It's in a free zone. I think we should go check it out. Something's wrong. This thing can't be part of the game," she mutters angrily. O-O-G. I question. O-O-G. Out of game. It must be a decoy to separate us. Gale counters immediately, her hand coming down firmly on the back of my jacket. Her eyes are wide with professional skepticism, her jaw set tight. "Think about it, Emerson. Marcus was just murdered in a closed corridor while we were all supposedly together. The drone's too convenient. It's suspicious. We might need whatever is inside it," I argue, my eyes tracking the solid green light pulsing on the grass. "It landed in a free zone. The rules protect the sector." "The rules protect you from automated traps, not from a physical blade if someone doubles back," Gale whispers sharply, her gaze darting ahead to ensure Roman and Dr. Crest haven't noticed our delay. "We stick to the path. We stay with the numbers we have left." Roman, Victoria, and Dr. Crest's voices are a faint, indistinct murmur against the damp air of the resort. Fork in the road, number 4. Option A. Investigate the drone. Option B. Ignore the drone and continue with the group.
Make your choice. Time is running out. choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out. Make your choice. Time is running out.
Chapter: Investigate the drone. Stay close, I whisper to Gale, my decision overriding her caution. Before she can protest further, I move over to the drone. The cool, damp night air hits my face, carrying the sharp scent of wet earth and coastal mist. I keep my eyes fixed on the pulsing green light of the quadcopter. Gale lets out a quiet, frustrated breath behind me, but she doesn't stay behind. She tracks my footsteps closely across the path, her flashlight beam sweeping the perimeter. As my shadow falls across the matte black frame of the drone, a sharp mechanical clack echoes from its underbelly. A small, neatly wrapped cardboard box drops directly onto the grass between my shoes. Instantly, the high-pitched whine of the 4 carbon fiber rotors rises to a deafening shriek. The drone leaves the ground with explosive speed, shooting straight up into the foggy night sky until its green beacon is entirely swallowed by the low-hanging clouds. I kneel down, my fingers digging under the flap of the box. Taped to the interior is a crisp white envelope. I tear it open, pulling out a small card. Gale crouches beside me, crowding my shoulder so her flashlight beam overlaps mine on the neat block letters. When death comes before the screams, a box can record the future. Check the management office again. Red herring. What does it mean? Gale murmurs, her brow furrowing as she stares at the paper. I don't know, I say, my chest tightening as I look up at the dark windows of the resort. But red herring is pointing us straight back to where we found Marcus. Come on. Wait a minute, Gale says as she grabs my arm. RH does not help or hinder, only manages the game. RH monitors and enforces the rules. This clue is seemingly helpful. Something is not right. I don't think we should go. We should catch up to Roman and the others. Are you sure about that? I question. How many AGATHAs have you participated in? This is my second, Gale replies. I came in like you replacing a lost sheep. I don't ask her what lost sheep means. Red herring never clarified what it was, just that I came in replacing a lost sheep. I'm going, I tell her. You can follow or catch up to Roman and the others. Without wasting another syllable, we spin around and sprint back through the south entrance to the management office, abandoning the path to the solarium entirely. We don't call out to Roman, Victoria, or Dr. Crest. They are already too far ahead. Our flashlights cut frantic, erratic arcs across the peeling wallpaper until we slide right back into the freezing, copper-scented air of the management office. Marcus's body is exactly as we left it. I shine my beam around the perimeter of the walls, looking for anything out of place. At the very back of the main room, behind a massive ceiling-high stack of dust-covered resort linen boxes, my flashlight beam catches a narrow seam in the wood paneling. "Gale, help me move these," I grunt, flinging the heavy, moldering boxes onto the floor. Together we clear the obstruction and shove open a hidden, narrow supply closet door. Inside the cramped, windowless space, the modern blue glow of a sleek laptop screen cuts through the absolute darkness. The machine sits open on a metal shelf, its cooling fan whirring softly. Thick, insulated audio cables run directly out of the laptop's auxiliary port, hardwired straight into the exposed copper terminals of the resort's old analog PA system box mounted to the wall. On the glowing screen, a customized media playback program is open. A heavy audio file titled Vance_Sequence.wave sits at a complete pause, but the timeline indicator shows 3 distinct spikes in the sound waves, spaced exactly as we had heard Marcus's screams. Below the file tracking, a flashing icon confirms a successful wireless connection to a local, short-range remote frequency. The terrifying truth slams into me all at once. The deduction forms instantly in my mind as I stare at the spikes on the screen. "A remote trigger," I whisper, my voice sounding hollow in the small closet. "Gale." The timeline. The 3 stabs, minutes apart while we were running. The screams weren't happening in real time. We weren't hearing a man dying as we ran from the solarium. We were hearing a playback. Gale's breath catches, her eyes widening in horror as she looks from the screen to me. Wolf didn't have to slip away from the group to stab him 3 times. Marcus was already dead before we even left the solarium. Wolf just had to press a button in their pocket to start the playback and fake an alibi. My knuckles ache as I stare at the hardwired terminal. The terrifying ambiguity of the night suddenly sharpens into a deadly, narrow focus. There is no phantom killer hiding in the shadows of the resort. There is no second wolf working from the outside, sneaking through the dark corridors to strike at intervals. The monster is running in our pack, wearing the exact same terrified expression as the rest of us. I was distracted by the thought that Wolf wasn't a sheep. I had been confused, believing Red Herring had lied to us. But now it is clear. I closed the laptop lid, plunging the closet into darkness, and turned back toward the hallway. I can finally focus entirely on the remaining sheep, ready to weed out Wolf. Minutes later, the frantic sound of our boots pivoting on the path is instantly met by the glare of 3 approaching flashlight beams as Roman, Victoria, and Dr. Crest come rounding the corner. "Where the hell did you 2 drop off?" Roman growls, stepping into the lead with his arms tightly crossed, his scuffed leather jacket creaking in the heavy silence as his flashlight beam sweeps aggressively over Gale and me. We're up ahead and look back, and our rear guard has vanished. "What took you so long, and where were you?" I slide the crumpled note from the drone deeper into my pocket, keeping my face entirely blank as I shine my own light toward the path between us. In the dark, we ran down the wrong path. I lie smoothly, my voice flat, giving Gale a brief, warning glance to ensure she keeps our discovery in the management office locked down. "The acoustics in this place distorted the echo of your footsteps. We're fine. Let's move. Everyone back to the solarium." Chapter. Continue to the solarium. When we step back into the vast expanse of the solarium, the atmosphere feels even heavier, the humid air pressing against our skin like a damp wool blanket. Underneath the shattered, jagged remnants of the vaulted glass ceiling, the pale moonlight casts long, skeletal shadows through the overgrown tropical ferns and choking, creeping ivy. "The glass house breathes what the winter steals," I murmur, repeating the lines from the cryptic card we found under the brass lamp. "Find the roots of the next seal." If the glass house breathes what winter steals, it has to be talking about condensation, or ice, Roman says, his flashlight beam slicing through the humid, swirling mist of the greenhouse. He points the light toward the centerpiece of the room, the massive, twisted, and knotty root system of a dead, ancient banyan tree that takes up the entire center of the floorboards. And the roots are right there. We approach the banyan tree as a single cautious unit, our overlapping lights casting bright circles across the gnarled bark. As I step forward and push aside a thick curtain of tangled dead ivy near the base of the trunk, my flashlight reflects sharply off something metallic hidden deep within a hollow cavity of the wood. It's an old, rusted iron lockbox, half swallowed by the growing wood over decades. Resting directly on top of the rusted lid is a fresh, clean white envelope, sealed with a thick dollop of dark red wax. Before I can even reach my hand into the hollow to retrieve it, a low, deep mechanical hum begins to vibrate violently through the iron frames of the solarium walls, rattling the remaining glass panes above our heads. Chapter: Divided Lines. The rusted iron lockbox groans in protest as I pry the heavy lid back, the hinges flaking orange dust onto my hands. Inside, resting on a faded, mold-scented velvet lining, sits an envelope. The dark red wax seal cracks under my thumb like brittle bone. I unfold the crisp, heavy paper, holding it steady under the bright beam of Gale's flashlight so we can all read the elegant, chilling type together. Roman steps up, crowding close to look over my shoulder, his leather jacket brushing against my sleeve. Where the transient rest, the truth remains green. The courtyard holds what the mirror has seen. Seek the central fountain, but do not look deep, lest the next cut of wool belongs to the sheep. By R.H. The guest wing courtyard, Roman says immediately, his calloused finger tracing the text over my shoulder. Where the transient rest, that's obviously the guest room. It's got that massive, overgrown stone fountain right in the center, but it's completely surrounded by 4 stories of open walkways and balcony. Dr. Crest shivers, his voice thin as he hugs his ash-stained suit jacket tightly around his narrow chest. His eyes are wide, unfocused, and swimming with dread. An absolute sniper's paradise. Or worse, if we step out into that open space, we're completely exposed from every single angle. We go together, I say, my voice firm, intentionally cutting through the rising panic as I slide the clue to the paper trail into my pocket. We stay in a tight, locked cluster. If someone steps even an inch out of line, we all see it instantly. I turn toward the arched exit of the glass house, ready to lead the march. But before my foot can even touch the concrete threshold, the low, mechanical hum vibrating through the solarium's iron frames spikes into a deafening, high-pitched whine that sets my teeth on edge. Clack! Clang! Massive, heavy steel security grates drop violently from the vaulted ceiling, slamming into the stone floor with a bone-rattling force that makes the entire greenhouse shudder. They cascade down in a rapid, synchronized, terrifying sequence, partitioning the lush, foggy greenhouse into narrow, caged corridors. "Emerson!" Victoria shrieks, her voice echoing off the glass. I lunge backward to grab her hand, but a solid iron partition drops straight between us, hitting the stone floor and missing my outstretched fingers by mere centimeters. Within 3 seconds, the entire open room is transformed into a claustrophobic maze of metal cages. Through the thick steel mesh and the swirling interior mist, I can see the frantic, distorted shapes of the others. Gale is trapped near the twisted roots of the banyan tree. Roman is blocked off by a dense wall of tropical ferns. Dr. Crest is cowering in a corner by himself, clutching his head. And Victoria is completely isolated near the entrance. The overhead resort speakers hiss with a sharp burst of static, and Red Herring's voice cuts through the mechanical echo. And dripping with the cold authority of a game master who demands absolute compliance. Let's shake things up. I will instigate a pind-off, dividing the sheep for a solo route. You must expect anything from Agatha within the strict boundaries of the rules and guidelines. Expect death and surprises. Roman, kick this damn thing open. Gale barks, throwing the full weight of her shoulder against the iron grate nearest to her. It doesn't even budge, ringing out with a dull, heavy thud. It's reinforced structural steel, beautiful. Roman shouts back, his voice muffled by the distance and the dense, choking foliage between us. Unless someone's got an angle grinder or a torch in their pocket, we're completely stuck in our tracks. Red Herring's voice returns, smooth and unbothered, dropping the final hammer on our fragile alliance. The paths to the guest wing courtyard have been altered so the map is no longer any good to you. 5 brand new individual routes have unlocked. You will navigate to the center fountain alone. Remember, Wolf is permitted to freely hunt anywhere outside of Haven, in an area. A witness must reach a free zone to declare safety, but in total isolation. There are no witnesses. Move carefully, sheep, or be sheared. A loud, heavy click echoes from the base of each partition, and a single narrow gate swings open for each of us, pointing us down separate, diverging walkways into the dark underbelly of the resort. The security grates didn't kill us. It's a non-lethal mechanism. But the psychological reality is far more lethal. By forcing us into solo teams, the game board has stripped away our only real shield, each other's eyes. The mistake wasn't just stalling. The mistake was trusting that numbers would keep us safe. Now, somewhere in these darkened corridors, 3 of us are completely innocent. 1 of us is entirely unraveled, and 1 of us is Wolf, hunting in total silence. I grip my flashlight tighter, my knuckles aching as my heart hammers violently against my ribs. I take a deep breath of the humid air, turn away from the others, and step through my designated gate into the pitch-black hallway alone. Chapter: Solo Team Race. The narrow iron gate clangs shut behind me, the mechanical latch locking into place with an absolute, heavy finality that echoes deep inside my chest. I am entirely alone. The humid, tropical air of the greenhouse is instantly replaced by the stale, dead chill of the resort's interior. I sprint down the dark, twisting hallway, the beam of my flashlight dancing frantically across the peeling wallpaper and water-stained ceilings. The psychological horror of the isolation protocol is suffocating, a heavy weight pressing down on my lungs, but it pales in comparison to the sudden sound of a frantic scuffle and a desperate gasp echoing through the metal vents above my head. Then come the footsteps, rapid, terrified, and tearing through the floorboards. Emerson, help me. It's Victoria. Her voice is amplified by the metal ductwork, raw, screeching, and trembling with pure, unadulterated panic. She isn't just lost. She is running for her life from someone. If I don't reach her in the next few seconds, she is going to die. The realization injects a cold shot of adrenaline straight into my veins. Victoria! I scream, my voice cracking under the strain as I hurl the entire weight of my shoulder into a heavy fire door, bursting through into the eastern residential wing. Where are you? No verbal answer comes. Only the desperate, rhythmic, stumbling slap of her shoes against the carpeted corridors, followed closely by the heavier, relentless, methodical stride of her pursuer. Wolf has found a target. The group is completely fractured, and the predator is hunting in the blind spots where there are no witnesses left to call a free zone safe. Victoria, keep running. I sprint blindly toward the echoing sounds, my lungs burning, the skin on my face hot with sweat. In the chaotic panic inside my head, the name Alex and now Victoria collide in a terrifying blur of past and present failure. I cannot let this happen again. I take a sharp left, plunging down a pitch-black stairwell that leads toward the ground floor of the residential block, my boots barely hitting the concrete steps as I fly downward. The frantic footsteps ahead grow wilder, then suddenly uneven. A trip. Muffled cry, a heavy, sickening thud against a drywall partition. No, please. The scream is cut short, choked off into an abrupt, terrifying silence. Victoria! I roar, tumbling down the final flight of stairs and throwing myself violently into the central corridor that opens directly toward the guest wing courtyard. My flashlight beam cuts through the gloom, slicing across the faded floor. 10 feet ahead of me, a dark, motionless shape is slumped awkwardly against the base of a decorative mahogany bench. I lunge forward, dropping to my knees so hard the impact jolts up my spine. Victoria, Victoria, look at me. I press my trembling fingers to the side of her neck, desperately searching for a pulse, praying for even the faintest flutter. Her skin is still warm, but her eyes are glassy and unfocused, staring fixedly up at the cracked ceiling in a silent, permanent state of terror. A dark, rapidly widening pool of crimson is already staining the back of her pale blouse, soaking into the floor beneath her. She was stabbed cleanly and deeply from behind, matching the exact, brutal methodology of Marcus's murder. I collapsed backward against the wall, my hands shaking violently, completely covered in her wet blood. I was too late. I failed her. A nauseating wave of guilt crashes over me as I stare down at her. Victoria never volunteered for this nightmare. She was abducted, dragged away from her life, and forced to play a sick, twisted game. I could have helped her. I could have stayed by her side at all costs, acting as her shield instead of running off. Hell, I could have helped her find haven right at the very beginning when she was terrified and looking for safety. But I didn't. I was too consumed by my dark obsession, too worried about chasing my revenge to care about keeping her alive. My selfishness killed her just as surely as the blade did. The heavy sound of approaching footsteps echoes from 3 completely different directions at once, instantly shattering the suffocating silence of the courtyard. From a stairwell, Roman bursts into the corridor, his face heavily flushed and his scuffed leather jacket zipped tight to his chin. His chest heaves up and down, his breathing incredibly deep and ragged, as if he had just finished a violent, exhausting sprint. From the opposite direction, Gale steps out of the shadows and into the light. Her phone is tightly clutched in her hand, her knuckles white. Her sharp eyes widen as she takes in the bloody scene, her usual iron composure momentarily cracking into visible shock. And from a door leading from a utility closet, Dr. Crest stumbles out. He is trembling, wiping a thick layer of sweat and gray soot from his forehead with a sleeve, his hands shaking so violently he can barely hold his flashlight steady as he stares at the floor. The 3 remaining sheep stand in a loose, tense triangle around the body, their flashlights casting long, intersecting, accusing shadows across the crime scene. Because the isolation protocol, pinned off, forced everyone onto separate, unmonitored routes that all converged on this exact courtyard. The timeline is completely blurred. Roman could have easily ambushed her from the stairs. Gale could have slipped through the parallel route to cut her off. Dr. Crest could have been waiting in the dark utility alcove the entire time. Any of those 3 had the perfect opportunity to kill Victoria. And now, the circle of trust is completely broken. The tension has reached a fatal, terrifying breaking point. Bye and good night, sweet sheep. Number 1. The 3rd lamb has lost its fleece. The quiet corridor grants her peace. A hidden wolf among the fold leaves another story cold. Thud, thud, thud RH. Chapter: The Three-Way Split. The frantic denials starting to erupt around me don't register. Roman's defensive shouting, Dr. Crest's high-pitched, stuttering deflections, and Gale's sharp, clinical commands all blurred together into a low, buzzing static that rings in my ears. My vision tunnels entirely, narrowing down to the brutal reality on the floor. I drop back down to my knees beside Victoria, the knees of my jeans soaking through as my boots slosh in the fresh, hot crimson staining the floor. My hands shake violently, the wet heat of her blood slick against my skin as I gently but desperately pull her stiffening hand away from her waist. She was running so hard, holding onto something like it was a lifeline. Tucked tightly into her palm, crumpled by her fingers in her final, agonizing moments, is the next clue left by Wolf. I pry her fingers open and snatch the blood-smudged card. Written across the center in that same elegant, unfeeling type is a single, mocking phrase. Fleeced Secrets, number 3. Pain Dealer. I stare at the ink as a toxic wave of rage and absolute dread washes over me. Pain Dealer. The words morph into a riddle I can't look at clearly, a puzzle twisting violently in my head. Who deals the pain? Is it the brute force of a physical assault, the calculated precision of a medical instrument, or the cold detachment of someone pulling strings from a distance? The doubt whispers, sharp and immediate, turning inward. Did I miss a sign? Am I misinterpreting everything? I'm second-guessing every piece of evidence we've found since Captain Sterling in the ballroom. Every timeline we painstakingly built over Marcus's body. If my instincts are this broken, I can't even trust the ground beneath my feet. Which one of you did it? I roar, throwing myself to my feet. The card crinkles loudly in my fist as I slam my back against the wall, my eyes wild and bloodshot as I look at the three suspects standing before me. She was screaming for me. She was running for her life while you bastards were playing hide and seek in the dark. Back off, Emerson. Roman snarls, stepping forward with a volatile energy that makes the narrow hallway feel instantly smaller. His chest is puffed out, his face dangerously flushed a deep, angry red. He zips his scuffed leather jacket tighter, his fists clenching so hard at his sides that his knuckles turn white. I told you, I came down the stairs because I heard the screaming. You want to talk about blood? Look at your own damn hands before you start pointing fingers. You're the one covered in it. I was in the utility closet, Dr. Crest stammers, his voice cracking into a panicked shriek that bounces off the concrete walls. He violently wipes a fresh layer of sweat and gray soot from his forehead with his sleeve, smearing the grime across his skin. His face looks completely exposed and vulnerable, his eyes wide and squinting in the dim light. His hands are trembling so hard he can barely keep them still as he points a shaking finger. The gates locked me in. The isolation protocol trapped me. I couldn't have made it down here in time. I swear to God, Emerson. Wolf is trying to frame us. You have to believe me. My gaze shifts, heavy and suspicious, landing squarely on Gale. She stands slightly apart from the men, her phone tightly clutched in her hand, her knuckles tense. Her sharp, dark eyes scan the crime scene, moving from the pool of blood to the bench, and finally to the card in my hand with a cold, analytical detachment that suddenly makes my stomach violently turn. No, I force the rising panic down, locking it away. I trust her. I have to trust her. I've trusted her instincts since the very beginning in the lobby, since we stood over Marcus's body, since we ran for our lives through the suffocating heat of the solarium. Gale couldn't have killed the others. She's a sheep. She has to be. But the doubt whispers anyway, a cruel, suffocating hiss in the back of my mind that refuses to be silenced. In total isolation, there are no witnesses. No one can vouch for her. What if her calm demeanor isn't shock or focus, but the absolute lack of remorse? What if she cut through the parallel corridor, snuck up behind Victoria, and then simply doubled back to play the innocent bystander? If I'm wrong about her, if I've let the real predator walk right alongside me this whole time, then I'm already a dead man walking. I look at Roman, the hothead who always wants to fight, whose temper could easily mask a killer's rage. I look at Dr. Crest, the fragile doctor who claims helplessness but knows exactly where the human body is most vulnerable to a blade. I look at Gale, the brilliant strategist who could be playing a game within a game. I don't know them. I don't know myself. Every shadow in this hallway feels like a trap. Every breath feels like a lie. If Gale is innocent, then the field is stripped down to an absolute, terrifying binary between the two men. But if she isn't, then the entire board is an illusion. Wolf is standing right in front of me, breathing heavily, covered in the deep shadows. One of them is a cold-blooded killer wearing a mask of terror, and the others are just terrified targets waiting for the next strike. The air in the corridor is thick, nearly unbreathable with paranoia, anger, and the heavy metallic scent of copper. The countdown is ticking away somewhere deep within the walls, and I know with terrifying certainty that our time has run out. The group is completely broken, shattered beyond repair. I am so sick of the blood. I am so tired of standing over bodies while everyone denies, defers, and lies. The endless slaughter has to stop right here, right now, before Wolf has the chance to strike again. Wolf must be unmasked. I take a ragged breath, planting my boots firmly on the stained carpet, and let my gaze lock onto the three of them. I don't wait for a speaker to crackle. I don't wait for permission. It's time for the verdictum, I declare, my voice ringing out with a cold, hard finality that cuts straight through the suffocating silence. It's time to take a vote. Who is Wolf? I vote for. In the road number 5. It is time for the verdictum. Option A. Vote for Roman. Option B. Vote for Dr. Crest. Option C. Vote for Gale.
Make your choice. Time is running out. 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 Make your choice. Time is running out.
Chapter, Roman. It's you, Roman, I say, my voice dropping to a harsh, absolute whisper that cuts through the thick metallic air of the corridor. I force myself to take a step forward, my boots moving past Victoria's lifeless body, leaving a heavy smear on the floor. The blood-smudged fleeced secrets. Number 3 card is clenched so tightly in my fist that the cardboard crinkles against my palm. I raise my arm, pointing the accusation directly at his chest. Pain dealer. It's your brand. Another name for hurt merchant. The physical exertion. The fake bravado. The way you've treated every drop of real blood on this island like a Hollywood special effect. You think this is just another shoot, another sequel where you get to play the tough guy slicing through a cast list? You ran Victoria down because you knew pinned off gave you the perfect blind spot. Roman's arrogant smirk completely vanishes, the mock bravado draining from his face in an instant. It is replaced by a dark, dangerous glare that makes his features look hard, almost unrecognizable. His jaw tightens, and the muscle beneath his stubble twitches as he glares at me. "Are you out of your mind, Emerson?" Roman snarls, his voice dropping an octave, losing its theatricality and replacing it with a raw, defensive venom. He takes a half step toward me, his heavy leather jacket creaking, his large chest rising and falling with rapid, angry breaths. "I'm an actor, not a contract killer. I play parts for a living, you psychotic bastard. I don't butcher people in hallways." "No, Emerson is right," Dr. Crest stammers. His voice, usually a fragile mess of panic shrieks, suddenly fills with a frantic, desperate courage. He edges closer to my side, his shoulder nearly brushing mine as he seeks safety in our sudden alignment. His eyes are wide, unblinking, and entirely focused on Roman. It makes perfect sense. He's the only one with the raw physical strength to overpower someone like Marcus and hunt down Victoria so quickly in the dark. Look at him. Roman is wolf. My heart hammers violently against my chest, a trapped animal trying to break free. The paranoia is still a hot, toxic current in my veins, making me second-guess the very air I'm breathing. I tear my eyes away from Roman's furious face and glance toward Gale, desperate for her analytical mind to anchor us. Gale hesitates for a fraction of a second. Her face remains a mask of cold, unreadable focus as she clutches her phone tightly in her hand, her stylus hovering near the screen. Her sharp eyes scan Roman's tense posture, tracking the way his fists clench at his sides, weighing the variables in real time. Finally, she breaks her silence, her nod slow and deliberate. "The timeline fits," Gale says, her voice steady, devoid of the emotion tearing the rest of us apart. I agree with Emerson. It's Roman. For a single, breathless moment, a heavy sense of relief washes over me, so thick and sudden it makes my knees feel weak. We did it. Wolf's own arrogance, Wolf's own fleeced secrets did it. We found the binary. We pushed past the suffocating doubt. We rallied the remaining sheep, and we pinned the predator into a corner. Roman stands completely surrounded, outvoted 3-1, and utterly trapped in the dim, flickering light of the residential wing. The nightmare feels like it's finally cracking open. Then, a sudden, piercing burst of jagged static explodes from the overhead speakers, tearing through the brief silence. It isn't the smooth, clinical chime of an automated announcement we've grown to dread. Instead, a loud, booming sound echoes through the narrow corridor. A deeply unsettling, theatrical laugh that bounces off the concrete walls and rattles the light fixtures above us. It fills the hallway, heavy and mocking, suffocating the relief right out of my lungs. "Ha! Oh, that is rich, absolutely spectacular." Red Herring's voice crackles to life, dripping with a dark, twisted amusement that sends a sickening jolt straight down my spine. "You really thought you cracked the code, didn't you? You sat in the dark, crunched the numbers, made your little alliance, and completely botched the endgame. What a kooky, chaotic piece of detective work." The collective blood in the room runs freezing cold. Roman stops glaring. Dr. Crest lets out a tiny, whimpering gasp. And beside me, Gale's grip tightens so hard on her phone that I can hear the casing strain, The reality of what we've just done begins to warp, twisting into something horrific. The ballad is locked, but the math is dead wrong. Red herring chuckles, the synthesized, distorted pitch of the voice rising into a playful, sadistic sing-song. Blundered verdictum. Boundary protections are now completely offline. I hereby declare a spree. Happy hunting, wolf. Hunter's spree. The choice is locked. The die is cast. The fragile safety shatters fast. A mistaken vote, a broken key. The flock is left to the hunter's spree. By R.H. Spree. Gleam of teeth. Before the final echo of Red Herring's laugh can fade, the real wolf moves. I don't even have time to turn my head. Without a single word, without revealing their identity to the rest of the fractured group, the killer strikes from the shadows behind me. A sudden, blinding burst of agony explodes between my shoulder blades. The cold steel of a heavy blade slides cleanly and deeply into my back, severing my breath and pinning the air in my lungs. My flashlight slips from my numb fingers, clattering loudly against the carpeted floor and casting wild, spinning shadows up the walls. My knees buckle instantly as I collapse forward into the dark, hot pool of Victoria's blood. A heavy hand grips my shoulder, twisting me around to face the ceiling. I look up through the rapidly encroaching darkness, my vision blurring as the sounds of the others' terrified screams begin to fade into a distant, icy silence. Wolf stands over me, the bloody knife raised high, ready to clear the rest of the game board.
Mutton for the wolf! Mutton for the wolf!
Return to fork in the road, number 5, and try again.
Mutton for the wolf! Mutton for the wolf!
Return to fork in the road, number 5, and try again.
Return to fork in the road. 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 Return to fork in the road.
Chapter, Gale. It's you, Gale, I say, my voice dropping to a harsh, absolute whisper that cuts through the thick metallic air of the corridor. I turn slowly away from Roman and Dr. Crest, my gaze locking entirely onto the one person I thought I could trust. The blood-smudged fleeced secrets. Number 3 card is clenched so tightly in my fist that the cardboard crinkles against my palm as I raise my arm, pointing the accusation directly at her chest. Pain dealer, I state, my chest heaving with every ragged breath. It's not a medical moniker, and it's not some cheap action movie brand. It's you, the clinical, calculated journalist recording our demise, dealing out the psychological trauma step by step. I missed something in the chaos, some subtle, overlooked detail from earlier, but my gut isn't lying to me anymore. You cut Victoria down because you knew she was finally putting the pieces together. Gale's sharp, dark eyes narrow into tiny, dangerous slits, but her icy composure remains chillingly intact. Not a single muscle in her face twitches. She stands perfectly still, her knuckles slightly white around her phone, the dim screen casting a pale, ghostly glow across her features. Emerson, think about what you're doing, Gale says, her voice smooth, level, and entirely devoid of the panic that is currently choking the rest of us. She looks at me with a cold, almost pitying detachment. You're letting paranoia tear apart the only alliance keeping you alive. If you break this bond, you are giving Wolf exactly what he wants. No, he's right, Dr. Crest stammers. His voice, usually a fragile mess of panic shrieks, suddenly fills with a frantic, desperate courage. He edges closer to my side, his shoulder nearly brushing mine as he seeks safety in our sudden alignment. His eyes are wide, unblinking, and entirely focused on Gale. She's been too calm this entire time, recording everything, taking meticulous notes on her phone while we panicked over the bodies. She was in the perfect position to cut Victoria off. Damn right, Roman snarls, stepping up beside me with a volatile, heavy energy that makes the narrow hallway feel instantly smaller. His face is dangerously flushed, his fists clenching so hard at his sides that his knuckles turn white against his scuffed leather jacket. He glares down at Gale, his chest rising and falling with rapid, angry breaths, always acting like the smartest person in the room, watching us like rats in a maze. The math adds up. I vote for Gale. For a single, breathless moment, a heavy sense of relief washes over me, so thick and sudden it makes my knees feel weak. The suffocating doubt that has been poisoning my thoughts since the solarium is gone. The verdictum worked. We pushed past the terror. We rallied the remaining sheep, and we pinned the predator into a corner. Gale stands completely surrounded, outvoted 3-1, and utterly trapped in the dim, flickering light. The nightmare feels like it's finally cracking open. Then, a sudden, piercing burst of jagged static explodes from the overhead speakers, tearing through the brief silence. It isn't the smooth, clinical chime of an automated announcement we've grown to dread. Instead, a loud, booming sound echoes through the narrow corridor, a deeply unsettling, theatrical laugh that bounces off the concrete walls and rattles the light fixtures above us. It fills the hallway, heavy and mocking, suffocating the relief right out of my lungs. Ha! Oh, that is rich. Absolutely spectacular. Red Herring's voice crackles to life, dripping with a dark, twisted amusement that sends a sickening jolt straight down my spine. You really thought you cracked the code, didn't you? You sat in the dark, crunched the numbers, made your little alliance, and completely botched the endgame. What a kooky, chaotic piece of detective work. The collective blood in the room runs freezing cold. Roman stops glaring. Dr. Crest lets out a tiny, whimpering gasp, and the reality of what we've just done begins to warp, twisting into something horrific. The ballot is locked, but the math is dead wrong. Red Herring chuckles, the waves of synthesized, distorted laughter rising into a playful, sadistic sing-song. Blundered verdictum. Boundary protections are now completely offline. Agatha hereby declares a spree. Happy hunting, wolf. Bloody spree. The choice is sealed. The coin is spun. The days of shelter now are done. A flawed decree, a ruined lock. The wolf is loosed upon the flock. By R.H. Spree. Gleam of teeth. Before the final, echoing frequency of Red Herring's laugh can fade, the real wolf moves. I don't even have time to turn my head. The realization that I have completely botched the vote hits my brain a millisecond too late. Without a single word, without revealing their identity to the rest of the fractured group, the killer strikes from the deep shadows. A sudden, blinding burst of pure agony explodes between my shoulder blades. The cold steel of a heavy blade slides cleanly and deeply into my back, ripping through tissue and muscle. It severs my breath instantly, pinning the remaining air in my lungs with an agonizing, burning pressure. My flashlight slips from my numb, uncooperative fingers, clattering loudly against the floor and casting wild, spinning shadows up the concrete walls. My knees buckle instantly as I collapse forward, crashing heavily into the dark, hot pool of Victoria's blood. A heavy hand grips my shoulder, violently twisting me around to face the ceiling. I look up through the rapidly encroaching darkness, my chest bubbling as I try to breathe. The sounds of the others' terrified screams begin to fade into a distant, icy silence. Wolf stands directly over me, the bloody knife raised high, ready to clear the rest of the game board.
Mutton for the wolf! Mutton for the wolf!
Return to fork in the road, number 5, and try again.
Return to fork in the road. 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 Return to fork in the road.
Chapter Dr. Crest. It's over, Dr. Crest, I say, my voice ringing with a cold, absolute certainty that cuts straight through the dim, heavy air of the residential corridor. I take a deliberate step forward, my boots grounding me against the stained floral carpet. I raise my arm, holding the blood-smudged fleeced secrets. Number 3 card firmly between us. Pain dealer. It's a sick, twisted moniker for a medical professional. As for fleeced secrets number 1, everyone else looked at that wrapper and thought it was just a common cough drop to soothe a scratchy throat. They missed the real detail. Menthol isn't just a flavor, Dr. Crest. It's a clinical anesthetic, a primary compound used in dentistry for topical numbing gels and cooling antiseptic washes. You're a dentist, a professional dealer of oral pain. It explains the pain dealer clue perfectly. You've spent your life drilling into roots and numbing nerves. I pause and then say, as for how you got to Victoria, you weren't locked behind any security gates. You were waiting in the dark utility alcove the entire time, waiting for her to run straight into your trap. Dr. Crest's eyes bulge, wide and pale in the flickering light. He stumbles backward a step, his heels catching slightly on the edge of the floor as his hands shake violently, clawing at the collar of his ash-stained jacket. No, you're making a mistake. A horrible, catastrophic mistake. Dr. Crest stammers, his voice cracking into that familiar, desperate shriek that has echoed down every hallway we've traversed. He violently wipes a fresh layer of sweat from his bare forehead with a trembling sleeve. Emerson, I'm a doctor. I took an oath. I swear to you on everything I hold sacred. I didn't. I couldn't have cut her down like that. Wolf is playing you. Wolf is setting me up. Save it, Doc, Roman growls, stepping up beside me with a volatile, heavy energy that makes the narrow hallway feel instantly smaller. His massive frame completely cuts off Dr. Crest's path toward the southern double doors, shadowing the smaller man completely. Roman zips his scuffed leather jacket tighter, his large fists clenching at his sides. The clues don't lie, and neither does your terrified act. You've been jumping at shadows since the lobby just to cover your tracks. I'm done listening to you whine. I vote for Dr. Crest. My heart hammers against my ribs as the toxic paranoia coursing through my veins begins to crystallize into a single focal point. I glance toward Gale. Her sharp dark eyes track the frantic micromuscular twitches across Dr. Crest's exposed face, noting the sudden, unnatural stillness of his trembling hands. She raises her phone, her stylus hesitating before typing another letter, hovering indecisively over the screen. The opportunity matches pinned off roots, and the clue fits your professional profile exactly, Gale says, her voice smooth, level, and entirely devoid of emotion. She gives a slow, deliberate nod. The structural layout doesn't lie. I agree with Emerson. Verdictum is locked. For a single, breathless second, the courtyard plunges into a suffocating, unyielding silence. The four of us stand frozen over Victoria's body, the heavy scent of copper filling our lungs as we wait for judgment. The smooth, melodic chime of the resort's automated system echoes sharply from the overhead speakers, instantly slicing through the thick layer of dread. Verdictum submitted and verified. Red Herring's voice crackles to life. But the usual mocking irony, the theatrical, sadistic sing-song pitch, it's completely gone. The synthesized voice is flat, clinical, and chillingly official. Hunt over. Congratulations, sheep. A perfect consensus has been reached. Agatha acknowledges your success. Wolf has been identified. The moment Red Herring finishes the announcement, a transformation occurs that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand completely on end. The frantic, unraveled cowardice completely drains from Dr. Crest's posture like water down a basin. He stands up perfectly straight, his spine aligning with a rigid, military precision. His shoulders drop, relaxation washing over his frame, as his frantic trembling instantly stops. The terrified, sweating victim disappears and a cold, incredibly calm expression settles over his features. He reaches up with a steady, unbothered hand, calmly smoothing back a stray lock of hair, and looks at the three of us with a chilling, detached amusement. His eyes, devoid of any panic, are sharp and calculating. Very well played, Emerson, Dr. Crest says. His voice is no longer cracking or pitching into a panicked whine. It is smooth, sharp, and entirely steady, carrying the authoritative weight of an expert surgeon. I must admit, I didn't think you'd piece the moniker together before the countdown hit 0. You're far more observant than the others. He slowly, smoothly reaches into the deep inner pocket of his suit jacket. Roman tenses instantly, his knuckles turning white as he prepares to lunge across the blood-stained floor. Dr. Crest carefully withdraws a heavy, ivory-hilted knife, spotlessly cleaned of Victoria's blood, and drops it onto the floor between us with a soft, dull thud. Dr. Crest raises his bare hands in a calm, casual gesture of surrender, looking directly past us and up at the security camera nestled into the upper corner of the ceiling. The sheep have spoken, R.H. Dr. Crest announces to the empty room, a faint dark smile playing on his lips as he waits for the automated retrieval team to claim him from the board. I surrender myself to Agatha. My fingers twitch violently against my sides. Looking at his smug, unbothered smile, a sudden, blinding rush of pure heat floods my veins. The heavy, ivory-hilted knife is resting right there on the carpeted floor between us. It would be so easy. I could drop to one knee, seize the grip, and drive the steel deep into his throat before those armored retrieval doors even think about sliding open. I could end his game permanently. I want to see the unraveled, pathetic coward face actual finality, right here in the blood of the people he slaughtered. Instead, I force my boots to stay rooted to the floor, my voice tearing from my throat, raw and heavy with a desperate, burning rage. Were you the one? I demand, stepping into his space, my chest heaving as I glare into his calm eyes. The night Alex vanished. Did you take her from me? Did you kill my wife? Dr. Crest's dark smile doesn't falter. He looks at me with a chilling, clinical pity, tilting his head slightly. No, Emerson, he replies, his voice smooth and entirely steady. I am a hunter, yes, but I am entirely a creature of Agatha. I have never prowled Neverland. I have no hand in your domestic tragedies. Your wife's blood is not on my fingers. Before I can even process the sting of his denial, Red Herring's smooth, synthesized voice drops down from the speakers above, confirming the truth with a terrifyingly playful tone. Dr. Crest speaks the absolute truth, Emerson. Do not dilute your magnificent anger on a predator who didn't earn it. Dr. Crest is merely the wolf of this specific game board, the shadow that broke into your home, the one who tore your world apart. Well, that particular beast is running a completely different maze. Hearing the confirmation ripples a fresh wave of agony through my chest, and my focus snaps instantly away from the surrendering dentist. The desperate desire to kill Dr. Crest completely evaporates, entirely consumed by a much larger, deadlier fire. My eyes lock back onto the black glass of the hidden observation lenses. The dentist is just a symptom. The faceless voice in the ceiling is the disease. Every ounce of my blinding, venomous rage recalibrates, locking entirely onto Red Herring with a lethal, hyper-focused intensity. This isn't over. One way or another, I am going to find the master of this theater and burn the whole house down. Chapter: The Final Tally. The heavy, suffocating silence of the residential corridor lingers over us for only a moment after Dr. Crest is marched away by those faceless, armored figures. Before the shock of his peaceful, terrifyingly serene surrender can fully set in, the walls themselves begin to shift. The mechanical grates that had isolated us during the protocol retract into the ceiling with a synchronized mechanical hiss, and a hidden pneumatic doorway slides open at the far end of the hallway, illuminated by a stark, guiding green light. With Victoria, Marcus, and Captain Sterling left behind in the dark, their bodies awaiting whatever grim cleanup crew Agatha employs, the three of us move like ghosts through the resort's automated underbelly. We don't speak. The paralyzing paranoia that had driven us to the brink of turning on one another is gone, replaced by an exhausting, hollow numbness as the facility guides us toward the reward. We walk for some time, our footsteps echoing hollowly against the floor, and follow a pristine, white-tiled tunnel. As the low hum of the facility vibrates through the soles of my boots, my mind turns to the prize wish waiting at the end of this nightmare. Roman wanted his money to finance his own movie projects. and Gale wanted her career-defining story. But my hands are still physically stained with the dried, copper-scented blood of the people we couldn't save. If a reward is waiting for me, I already know what I will ask for. I don't want wealth, and I don't want corporate clearance keys. I want Red Herring's head on a platter. I want a real, bleeding chance at revenge against the faceless voice that orchestrated this sick theater. Or at the very least, a final chance to twist this game into something resembling actual justice. One way or another, Red Herring is going to pay. We end up back at the lobby. It looks completely different. The heavy steel security doors hum as they part, revealing a stark, brilliantly lit chamber. In the center stand two pristine chrome pedestals, each holding a sleek, silver briefcase embossed with the geometric lines of the house crest. Roman doesn't hesitate. He marches straight to his pedestal, his heavy boots thudding against the polished floor, and flicks the latches open with a loud metallic snap. The brilliant cold reflection of stacked cash and high-tier clearance vouchers illuminates his face, instantly bringing back that classic, arrogant Hollywood smirk. I knew the producers wouldn't let a star go empty-handed. Roman chuckles, lifting the heavy briefcase with a satisfied grunt as he shifts his scuffed leather jacket. Hell of a production. Terrifying FX, but a hell of a payday. Gale walks to her pedestal with a much more measured, clinical pace, her phone still gripped tightly in her palm. She opens her briefcase, her sharp eyes scanning the neat rows of encrypted hard drives, documents, and exclusive investigative data keys inside. It is the ultimate journalistic prize, the kind of corporate exposé that could dismantle financial empires. She snaps the lid shut with a definitive click, her gaze shifting quietly, almost guiltily, over to me. My hands remain dead at my sides. There is no third pedestal. Red Herring's smooth, synthesized voice drifts down from the vaulted ceiling, striking a tone of absolute, objective finality that makes my jaw tighten. Roman and Gale, as the surviving original contestants, your prize wishes have been officially dispersed. However, a technical notation must be filed regarding our third survivor. The overhead spotlight shifts with a harsh mechanical click, pooling its blinding white glare directly over my boots. Emerson, because you entered the game board as a replacement for a lost sheep, you are legally disqualified from receiving a prize wish. You did not begin the trial on equal footing. However, Agatha recognizes your survival, your deductions, and your value to the game. I look straight up at the black glass of the observation dome, letting the anger show in my eyes. So I walk away with nothing? Not nothing, Red Herring replies, a faint rhythmic electronic tick underneath the audio hinting at a mechanical smile. You have earned the ultimate credit, the right to participate as an official sheep and test your wits against Agatha once more. All sheep must first participate in a trial by fire. It is usually not as deadly as an Agatha, so I have decided to count this game board as your trial by fire. In the future, a new invitation will find you. It will be your decision, and yours alone, to cross the threshold of the game board once more or leave Agatha behind forever. I let out a slow, rattling breath, the phantom weight of the iron blade from my worst fears still lingering like a nervous twitch in my spine. I don't answer. I don't need to make the choice right now. The invitation will come, and the darkness of Agatha will wait. But there is one loose thread that keeps tightening around my chest, suffocating me. What happens to Dr. Crest? I ask, my voice echoing loudly in the vast lobby. You didn't call the authorities. Your retrieval team just marched him out of the hallway like a piece of broken furniture. Where is he? A low, unsettling hum vibrates through the speakers before Red Herring answers, the voice dropping into a darker, more intimate register. Dr. Crest has been processed according to AGATHA guidelines. The predator has been properly leashed. He will remain in the underbelly of the game, entirely contained, unless one of our honored survivors should happen to break sheep guideline number 3. I frown, my eyes narrowing. Guideline number 3. Total silence about Agatha while in Neverland. Precisely, Red Herring purrs. The leash is tight, Emerson, But a predator as brilliant and unraveled as Dr. Crest cannot be kept in a cage indefinitely without losing his edge. Even the most dangerous wolves must be taken for walks from time to time. Should a future board require a particularly sharp methodology, Dr. Crest may find himself permitted to stretch his legs on the game board once more. The overhead lights begin to dim, casting long skeletal shadows across the chrome pedestals. This AGATHA is over. The game board will shift to a new location. The remaining sheep are being escorted back to the reality of the outside world. But as I turn to follow Roman and Gale toward the exit, I can't shake the chilling certainty that the next time an invitation finds me, a new wolf will already be waiting in the dark, patiently pacing at the end of his chain. As I head toward the exit, the burning desire for vengeance inside my chest refuses to be silenced. I stop dead in my tracks, spinning around to look back up at the black glass of the observation dome. "Red herring," I call out, my voice cutting cleanly through the mechanical hum of the room. "If I participate in a future AGATHA, can I ask for any prize wish?" A brief burst of static hisses from the speakers before the smooth, synthesized voice replies. "AGATHA prides itself on absolute fulfillment, Emerson. Within the parameters of our operational capabilities, if a prize is won, it is granted." I take a slow, deliberate step forward, my hands clenching into hard fists at my sides. "Any prize? If it is within my power, yes." I stare straight into the dark glass, my eyes narrowing as the final, lethal thought crystallizes in my mind. "What if I want to kill Red Herring?" Both Gale and Roman turn to me, their eyes wide with shock as I add, "What if I want to kill you?" The lobby plunges into a sudden, suffocating silence. The ambient mechanical whirring of the facility seems to drop an octave, swallowed by the void. For several long, tense seconds, there is an absolute pause, a heavy, breathless hesitation from the machine, as if the system itself is calculating the sheer, impossible weight of my threat. Then, the speakers crackle back to life. This time, Red Herring's voice doesn't carry its usual mocking irony or clinical detachment. It is remarkably low, dripping with a dark, terrifyingly sincere invitation. "Then you only have to ask by name who you want murdered, or who you want the pleasure of murdering yourself. Survive the next AGATHA, Emerson, and it will be granted." The audio feeds hiss softly, shifting as if a new protocol is booting up. "You possess a fascinating disposition, Emerson," Red Herring continues, the mechanical distortion softening into something almost paternal. "Throughout this trial, you consistently threw yourself into harm's way to shield the others. You monitored their positions, carried their burdens, and desperately tried to keep the flock together. It is an admirable quality, a natural instinct to lead and protect, but a deeply hazardous one. In our world, caring for the sheep around you is a terminal flaw. It blinds you. It makes you trust the wrong people, second-guess your own knife, and overlook the wolves wearing wool." The speaker clicks, panning the sound around the room until it feels like the voice is whispering right into my ear. "Every flock requires a guide to march them willingly into the shearing shed. You are that guide, my bellwether sheep." I swallow hard, the weight of the title settling like lead in my stomach. "Do not let this small victory inflate your ego, however," Red Herring warns, the tone sharpening into something frigid and menacing. This specific iteration of AGATHA was child's play. It was very, very easy, tutorial level designed merely to calibrate our baseline telemetry. If you choose to cross the threshold and return to the game board, you can expect a radically elevated theater. You will face a deadlier, completely unhinged wolf and ruthless booby traps that leave no room for mathematical error. The fleeced secrets will be far more twisted, and the paper trail leading to the apex ledger will be buried beneath layers of deception. You will be forced to make truly impossible, devastating decisions where trading a life is the only way to advance. Remember that, my bellwether sheep. The green guiding lights snap off with a sudden deafening crack, plunging the far end of the lobby into total absolute darkness. As we turn our backs on the pedestals and begin the long, quiet trek out of the structure, The overhead speakers hum to life one last time, the sound panning low and close, following my exact footsteps as I walk. Red Herring's voice drops into a gravelly, chillingly intimate whisper that seems to trail right behind my shoulder. You called me a proxy serial killer when this game began, Emerson. The voice purrs, the digital distortion rippling with a terrible fondness. You viewed me as a coward hiding behind an automated curtain, pulling strings while others spilled the blood. But look at you now, my dear Bellwether. You aren't asking for freedom anymore. You aren't begging for an end to the theater. You are demanding a target. You are demanding a name. You want the hunt just as badly as I do. I keep my eyes fixed straight ahead on the dark exit corridor, my jaw locked tight as Roman and Gale walk a few paces ahead of me, their heavy, exhausted breaths cutting through the shadows. You are shedding your fleece, Red Herring whispers, a final dark chuckle vibrating through the hidden audio feeds. You are learning to appreciate the sharp methodology of the system. Keep nurturing that beautiful, lethal rage. Survive the next board, Emerson. You won't just be leading the flock anymore. You are nearly ready to join the pack. The audio line goes completely dead with a sharp, electronic pop, leaving only the sound of our boots scraping against the cold concrete. The game is truly over for now. But as I finally turn to leave the compound behind, the cold weight of the invitation burns like fire in my pocket. The next time Agatha resets, I won't just be playing to survive. I will be playing for execution. The end.